Okay. Test, test. I
Are
just
we
want to make
good?
sure this is good.
I can hear you.
Yeah. You look frozen on my end, but if nobody else has you frozen, then I think we're good.
I don't, yeah. Yours is kind of like freezing up on my end too. Weird.
Ridiculous.
Was it
All
just saying
right.
nudity?
Oh, yeah, I've got to remove you for. Yep. But I'll bring you back up in a few minutes. Okay, guys, how am I coming through? Are we going through okay? Yeah, I guess it didn't like the I guess it didn't like the cleavage. That's a little ridiculous. We're gonna give her a few minutes, bring her back up, or what we could do if everybody here's what I'll do. I'll poll. Okay? We can wait a few minutes to bring her back up and get rolling, or we can just do a reset, which might be an easier thing, but I don't know if we want to do that or not. Well, let me get Joyful's opinion too. Joyful will have a um, higher say. Reset. Loves internet women. Can't have bodies. Oh my god. Yeah. All right, guys. All right. So this was a little bit of a rough, bumpy start. Awkward. We're gonna reset. Make sure if you aren't following us, you're following us up here. Tap the follow so you can come right back to us. Okay. Jake, fuck you with that stupid, ridiculous bullshit. All right. Well.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying.
Don't see a redhead in here yet. Give her a few minutes. Great. Thanks, Don. Video's a little choppy. Aaron says it's not as laggy. I'm trying to decide, do I sit on the Wi-Fi or do I, oh my goodness, do I sit on the Wi-Fi or do I sit on my not Wi-Fi? Here. That looks much better with me over to the side. Hang on, let me get this out of here. All right, here she is.
Wow, I guess we got
Back.
mannered for my cleave. I
No
feel like
more
that was
cleaving.
like, yeah, that was like middle school shit. Like,
Yeah, what the
seriously.
hell? What the hell is that all about? Yeah, what is this, church? Come on. Well, thank everybody for being here. That was a really annoying thing we had to just do, but we're good. I'm going to do some shout outs here to welcome the people who I recognize who are already here. That includes Dalton, Bible Guy, Aaron, Jake, and it's PFP of me that he fucking made. Godstopper, Noe, Girls Gone Godless, Dawn, Queen Laquifa, I fucking love that name. No more BS, please, and of course this Tony guy.
Let me get my background set up here.
And Joyful Apostate. Strawman is obsessively trying to get in my box. I'm not even the one with the cleavage out, dude. What? Yes, give us just a moment. We're going to get her video set up, and I'm going to do some intro. So thank you all for being here. If you haven't yet, contribute to the taps and share the live out so we can reach more people. The Secular Perspective is a community of people, and we are aiming to uplift and support atheist and LGBTQ plus individuals. We're a place where all voices ought to be heard. We foster respectful conversation and mutual engagement. Let's hope this does better.
Let me move forward. I can't see so they can't see my boobs.
Yeah, not allowed. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. Okay,
I feel like I've seen so much like worse, like
I
on
have
just everywhere. Like
worse.
I don't understand. Like
yeah, I have definitely.
Like I'm not even like I'm in a dress. Like this isn't even like a bathing suit.
Like, well, we have our first guest. I guess if you're ready, Elizabeth, we can dive right into it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. Hello, Strawman?
Yeah.
Hey, you at least 18?
Yeah.
And are you a Christian or a theist?
Yeah, I'm a theist.
Okay, so, but not a Christian specifically?
No, I am a Christian.
Oh, alright. So what have you got for us today, Strawman?
Yeah, I just want the argument in favor of atheism. Do you have one?
Oh, for everybody it's different, but for me, and Elizabeth can answer for herself, for me, I haven't seen any compelling evidence to suggest in the slightest that there's a God. What about you, Elizabeth?
Yeah, that about sums it up. I mean, for me, it's like I reject Christianity based on a lot of like what I've read and discovered through my education. But
I'll just give the argument for God's existence then.
See, here's the thing. Like I loathe like God of the gaps arguments because here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna like go around in circles and circles and circles. Like I'd rather just grant you deism so we can move on to who the fuck is this God.
Wait, when you say God of the gaps, what are you referring to?
I mean, that's kind of like when you start with the whole like arguments for God, like that's what we're gonna get into.
Well,
and there's like an infinite amount of them.
Maybe we'll see what he says. Let's see.
Well, it's an argument that's raising the probability of God existing.
Right. That's God of the gaps stuff.
Well, I do have a question about that actually. How do you quantify the probability?
Well, yeah, so if we can infer that we have like X, and X is more probable, or only God can explain X rather than the physical world, then we can infer that God exists based on
how would you find out whether or not God can explain X?
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of the argument.
Okay, all right, just lay it on us then.
Yeah, so it's just going to be premise one. If naturalism is true, then consciousness is either a byproduct of physical processes or arises from them in a way that is not teleological. Premise two is just going to be under naturalism. Any mapping between physical brain states and conscious experiences is contingent and does not inherently lead to survival promoting harmony. Do you reject either of those premises?
I don't think so. I'll let you know if I have a problem later. What about you, Elizabeth?
Yeah, great. Premise three is just
I just say, you know, like let's just get on with it. Like let's talk about. You said you're a Christian. Let's talk about
well,
that.
it seems like you don't really want the argument for God, and you simply just want to talk about, the Christian God being horrible. But I don't really, I don't know if I'm interested in having that conversation.
I don't think the Christian God is real.
Well, that's great, but I don't see, why I can't prove to you that God exists. Now, you are an atheist, which would mean you
Well,
don't think any God exists.
I'm an agnostic atheist to be
Wait, agnostic
precise.
and atheist is two different things.
That's I can be an agnostic atheist.
I don't know.
No,
That's
no,
that.
you can't.
I don't think it's two different things. Would
What
you
does
say that
agnostic mean?
you can either believe in a
It
god
comes from
or
the word
not believe in a god?
gnosis. It comes from the word gnosis.
Yeah, I just need to know what agnostic means.
It
I
Right.
don't
means
really
Like
know
you
where
it
it
lack
comes
means
from.
knowledge.
not to know. It means I reserve a degree of humility
Yeah.
based
So
on
you
my
don't know whether
limitations.
this is or isn't. An atheist is affirming that God does not exist. It's obviously two different things.
I don't believe that a
Sometimes,
God exists. Like that's atheism.
But you don't know.
At the same
right?
time, like I can't say that I
Straw
100%
man.
know.
Sorry, man. Let me ask you this: if something is without time, would you say it's atemporal?
Wait, what did you just ask me?
If something is without time, would you call it atemporal?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Right. So if
That's
somebody
like
lacks a
that's like
belief, hang on.
analytically true.
If somebody lacks a belief in God, meaning they are not a theist, wouldn't you just call them an atheist? Because they're not a
No,
theist
no,
instead of
that's going
not
to be
P.
different. That's going to be different because if you're
Because here's the
saying,
thing,
well,
Strawman. The proposition
can I
is God
explain?
exists. That's the
Okay.
P, right? And if you don't hold to P, then you are not P, and you can make it one convenient word by just throwing the prefix a in front of it, negating the belief.
Yeah, that's negating the belief. But she's saying that she
Yeah.
doesn't know. She's not negating the belief. She's simply saying, I don't know
No, that
whether
is a
God does
negation
or
of the
does not
belief.
exist.
That
No,
is a
no, the
negation of the
negation of the
belief.
proposition would be saying, P is not. It would be saying not P, but she's not saying not P. She's saying she's agnostic to P. So this would
So
mean that
let me ask you this: if you don't know whether or not there's a God, do you believe in God?
I'm not agnostic to pee. Like I just peed like 20 minutes ago.
that's like obviously a straw man. You see my username right there? But anyways, so when you say, well, do I know? No, you wouldn't know. Now, do you believe God exists? No. Do you believe God doesn't exist? Also, no. So you
Right.
asked me,
So you would
uh,
fit the description of an atheist.
no, you wouldn't, because an atheist affirms that God doesn't exist. You're not affirming that God doesn't exist.
That's also true. Yeah.
You're saying you don't know if God exists or does not exist. Now, I don't see why we need to argue over the semantics when I can just continue giving the argument. It seems like you're trying to obfuscate. I don't really
No,
know how I
it's
feel
really
about that.
I mean, we don't have to as long as we all understand our position, but it's kind of like this. Like if I told you I was a doctor, for example, and let's say I was, you could be like, "I thought you said you were American." Like doctors can be American, they can also be Canadian.
That's a false analogy, but I'm just gonna
Nah.
let that go. That's like
These because
completely
being
false. But
agnostic is not mutually exclusive with being an
no,
atheist.
those are two unrelated
I
things.
used to be an agnostic theist way back when.
Being
I believed in God, but I didn't know
being
for sure.
agnostic and being atheist are in the same category. Being American and being a doctor are not in the same category. It's just a false analogy, but it
No,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
just saying that they aren't mutually
Yeah, I'm
exclusive.
just
That's
gonna
why
give.
I
I'm
use
just
that
gonna. Yeah,
example.
I'll just give premise three then. So, premise three is just gonna be that the actual mapping between brain states and conscious experiences in humans is highly harmonious, meaning mental states reliably correspond to survival enhancing perceptions. For instance, like pain to injury, or like fear to danger to bodily movement. Meaning, well, when we have some sort of fire and we put our hand near this fire, our hand gets hot and we move our hand away from the fire. So P4 is just going to be that the probability of such harmonious psychophysical mappings occurring by chance under naturalism is extremely low. P5 is going to be if theism is true, then it is expected that a rational God would design psychophysical mappings that support knowledge, rationality, survival, and moral agency. Therefore, the observed psychophysical harmony is more probable under theism than naturalism, and thus provides evidential support for the existence of God. Which premise do you reject?
Sure. So, how do you know what a god would or would not do?
What? I didn't presuppose what God would or wouldn't do.
What was your fifth premise? Can you restate the fifth premise?
You're saying where God says, or where God would like supposedly create things this way.
Yeah,
Well, it
how would you
seems
know what
like
God would or wouldn't do?
if we can affirm, there's two options as to how the world came to be. Either it's God or it's not God. And, by showing that it's not God in the sense that, well, we have X feature and we know it's not Y, we can infer that it is Z.
Right.
So it
Well,
doesn't
like,
matter why God did
so like
this.
with the feeling pain example, this is very easily answered by just evolution and natural selection. It makes
That's
sense how we
obviously
would
not true.
develop that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you.
Do you think psychophysical harmony is like contingent upon DNA? That's obviously like not true at all.
Psychophysical harmonies. This is the first time I've heard psychophysical harmony. So what is it?
Can you just tell me which premise you reject? Like I'm not really understanding.
I think it's the fifth premise where you pretend to know what God would or wouldn't do.
That's not. Oh my gosh.
How did you determine this fifth premise? Like God would do this. Did you ask him? Did you meet him somewhere and find out what he did?
Sub argument. Do you want the sub argument for P5?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so P1 is just going to be that theism is understood as the claim that the universe was created by an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good being. Such a being is motivated to act in accordance with reasons and produce things of intrinsic value. P2, psychophysical harmony is inherently valuable because it realizes significant goods that would be absent in a disharmonious world. Specifically, it allows conscious beings to do certain things. The first one's just going to be acquiring knowledge by ensuring that sensory experiences, like seeing a sphere, justify the beliefs they trigger. Harmony enables beings to respond rationally to sensory evidence. The next thing is going to be to exercise agency. Harmony ensures that our phenomenal intentions and beliefs rationalize our physical actions, allowing for meaningful agency rather than a pathetic farce where actions and experiences are mismatched. Next, we have promote survival. So through hedonic harmony, God can ensure that damaging stimuli are linked to states like pain, which provide a rational reason for avoidance behavior. So the conclusion is just going to be, unlike unnaturalistic atheism, which views the universe as purposeless, theism suggests the universe is ordered towards the realization of value. Therefore, it's unsurprising that a designer would fine-tune the psychological or psychophysical laws to support these valuable capacities. If theism is true, the specific, strikingly fortunate alignment of our mental and physical lives is rationally expected because it is necessary for the existence of agents who can know, act, and survive in a meaningful way.
So I'm polling.
You're
I
good
see
at
that Red
reading.
was
You're
falling
so good at
asleep.
reading. Oh my god. You're
I write
so
my
good.
arguments. I write my arguments down.
Yeah, Red was honestly
ask for the
falling
arguments for the
asleep. I
premises.
was really trying to focus on it, but it seemed like everybody in the chat was not even tracking. It seemed like you at some point. I don't know if it was because it was too long or if it was just boring. I'm just gauging their excitement right now.
Well, I grant that you're not.
Do you know what? Do you know what a Philbro is? Because that's totally you.
What's a Philbro?
You.
My name's Strawman, not Philbro.
Oh, you're a total Philbro, dude. You're like.
Can you just tell me what a Philbro is?
A Philbro is a philosophy bro who just comes on and just cantankerously spouts shit like you just did off a script.
Wait,
and you just talk at us, and we're not having a conversation.
Wait, I don't study philosophy.
We're not having a conversation right now.
Wait, I don't study philosophy. That's the problem.
You don't need to study philosophy to be a Philbro. But the problem is,
that's obvious. That's obviously not true. If you're
all right, Strawman, thanks.
If you're a philosophy.
Yeah, I mean, all he's gonna do is just be a what do you call it? A contrarian about every little fucking thing. It's just
that's why I said I saw it like instantly. Like I knew. That's why I'm like, bro, let's fucking just like get to the punchline. Like let's get to Christianity. Because all you're gonna do, like this is, I know exactly where this goes. It's like we go around and around and around and around, and then I finally like, okay, fine, grant. Like they wear you out into just granting deism, but you still have to prove like Yahweh that God that you're like trying to build this like God of the gaps argument for. Like
we want to have an engaging conversation with people. We don't want to be in class. Okay, so especially when it's a class led by somebody who is just explaining how they presuppose God into their premises. All right, but let me check and see if we have anybody else requesting. I see Joyful Apostate. Nobody's requesting yet, but I'm just going to do some shout outs. Critically Crystal J. Make sure you guys are following Crystal. Crystal sent a comment. Joyful Apostate, of course. The
I can
Bible
send
Guide,
you a
Golden
link in DMs, Lathe of Heaven. They're like obsessed with my dress.
Lathe of Heaven. Oh, yeah, it's a nice one. Yeah, all right. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for getting us to 5,000 taps so fast. Let's go for 10. See if we can get there really quickly. Don't forget to share out the live. If everybody holds down their finger on the screen, it brings up a list, and you can spam the shares right now. I see 29 shares. We should be over 100. We've been live for about a half an hour almost. So let's get it going. The more people we get in here, the more conversations we can have, the more guests we'll have who want to interact with us.
And if that last,
we'll have an engaging conversation this time.
And if that last guest like really likes those type of conversations, like you should definitely follow like allegedly Ian and like go have a conversation with him, because he loves like doing like that whole breakdown thing. Like that is not my thing. Like that shit bores me to tears.
If we could get him to come on here and co-host, that would be the night for him to come back. Because I felt like I was okay with the conversation. I just have a hard time with them, and I could see that you were getting really bored, and so is everybody else. We're not really the duo for that. So it's not so much that he was doing something wrong. He was just, this is the way that he thinks, and we aren't the right people for it. Nor is this the audience for it. I did feel like I was Ian sitting here, though. I was like, where's my pen to twirl? I got my can of... I mean, my can is kind of long, cylindrical. Maybe I can make something work with that. But.
Definitely. Yeah, the philosophy stuff and just like those arguments are like not like my jam. Like that's just kind of like... because
Ian and Blitz.
I mean, they're interesting. They're interesting to an extent, but they don't like... eventually you just get to the same fucking question, like, okay, who are we talking about here?
Oh, is Ian really they them? I didn't know this. Is that true to hear?
They are, okay. Yeah, they're they them.
Well, damn. Well, now I know. Thank you for telling me. Also, Joyful Apostate came on.
Yes, so is Joyful. So happy for them.
Yeah, and I see Tiny Science is in here too. Aaron, they are they them, but they do not mind he. Okay, because he is more. It's like easier for me to say. So if they don't mind he, then I'll just roll with that. But like if people really do prefer the they thing, I try to remember to do it. I just want to make people feel comfortable.
Yeah, same. I mean, it can get a little hard to keep track of everybody's pronouns in that regard.
Bible guy, I think I agree with you. He probably couldn't have defined most of the words. Like he said psychosomatic or some shit, and I'm like, what is that? And I'm just some douche who doesn't believe in God anymore.
He was obviously reading off of a script. He was obviously reading. It's like he wasn't having a conversation. He was reading at us. Like, I don't want to be read at unless you're like, we've agreed like on a Bible passage that we're going to read together.
At least make it a fun story. At least make it funny. You can run through your syllogism. Joel and Mezzo have funny syllogisms. You know, you could just put a clown in it or something. I don't know. Just make it interesting. But I really want people to define their terms when they start using them. But I try to not do it all the time because I just feel like I'm giving Jordan Peterson when I do that. And man, like it like makes my ass itch. You know? Thank you guys for being here.
I hear they have preems for that.
Yeah, I see that we've got over 60 people, so we're climbing steadily. That's very cool. I don't know how we're doing on YouTube. I don't see it. I think Joyful's the one streaming us over to YouTube, and Tahir might have us on Deconstruction Junction, but I don't have access to that from my phone. I used to have a desk set up where I would be on both things. I just can't see it right now, unfortunately. So let me know. As long as we're good to go, then we're good. But so if you are watching over on YouTube on either of those channels, I can't see those comments, and we don't have a call-in number yet. So if you are on one of those channels and you want to interact with us and have us see what you're saying, I mean, maybe Red, you can bring up your laptop or something and see. some of those comments. But you come over to TikTok and we can take your call.
On YouTube? Yeah, I guess I can pull that up. Hold on a sec.
How many shares do we have, Crystal? I see that you said this thing about the shares, but I see a lot of shares going on, and I don't see the number going up, so I don't know how many we actually have. 60? Yeah, mine says 29. Maybe I should, like... I can share the... I mean, I'm the host. I can share it still. I guess I'll put it on my story here. The Secular Perspective story.
Oh, it's wild watching me, like...
Whew.
All right, it
Yeah, you
says
guys can hear
live
me
is,
through
it
all the
says the
caps.
live's paused on YouTube.
That's strange. Does it still say that?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, it doesn't.
I think there's a delay because I went to like share it, and since I'm host, it paused it. So it probably had just a delay from when I did that. So, Red, how was your day today while we wait for our guest?
You know, I've just been trying to like get my stuff together after my trip.
You went snowboarding, right?
Correct. Yep.
And you're like the best in the world, I think, at this point.
At snowboarding, like
Mm-hmm.
I'm. What happened
Oh
again?
my god, it really happened again. Guys, so TikTok is a big baby about women's bodies for some reason. People look the way that they look. There's no nudity on here. TikTok cannot handle it. It cannot handle it. Let me see. Joyful, if you're in here, we've got it kind of going now. Do you want us to restart again, or do you want us to just wait a minute and bring her back up? Yeah, I'll just bring her back up, and we'll just see how the stream goes.
All right, cool. So, do you guys even need to see me? Because like,
We do want our hosts to be on camera whenever possible. But I guess we got to do, I don't know, lower the camera or something. I hate that this is a thing. Because this is very, I've seen worse things on children's programming. This is absurd. But we do have a guest. You do. Oh, this is Crystal. Okay, I'm gonna bring up Crystal.
No, I blocked
Hey,
Hutu
Crystal.
because I think Hutu is reporting the live. It happened the second time right after I muted Hutu, and I muted him because he's saying ageist things, and he'll get to bigoted things next. So I just told him we're not going to do that, so I muted him, and then immediately after muting, I think he reported the live.
Great, what a guy.
So
Well,
I think
blocked him. He won't be coming.
I am getting like I was like starting my own like live like initially, and I immediately got somebody in my like live that was like super hateful about just like being gay. like doing the lesbian.
Anyway, well,
They were like
block them.
criticizing my rainbow flag and my name.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So hopefully it won't happen again. But I do think that was probably one of the issues right there. Okay. Have a good show, you guys.
Thanks, Crystal. Thanks for watching
Wow,
out for us.
thanks for picking on me, guys. Like that's great. Thanks.
Anything they can do to try to tear people away from rationality. Come back to the insanity. Oh, I forgot
I'll
to
try
put
to
my
like
handle on here. Whatever.
I'll try to get close. So like
Yeah, we'll have to be up here like this talking to people.
I'm sorry
Hey,
I have
so
boobs.
why do you
Jeez.
guys think God's real?
Exactly. You gotta like cover up, or I guess I could go change or something.
Lacadian,
I
thank
feel
you
like
for
that's
your
like
heart.
middle school though. Like you like the teacher, like you're not appropriate, like you're not wearing appropriate clothes, so they make you put
Yeah,
up
no,
like
you shouldn't
the
be
stupid
sweating.
t-shirt on or something like that. That was like the spaghetti strap battles and
Oh yeah, the shoulders, the hey, you can't wear the noodle
yes,
straps. You have to wear the
exactly.
like
Yes.
bigger. Oh my god. I used to go to a Christian school and there was similar. We had a dress code. You had to wear the boys and the girls had the same dress code, except I think the girls could wear a skirt that went past their knees, but it had to be like khaki and a red, white, or blue colored polo. That was the dress code at the Christian private school I went to.
It is. It's, it is what it is. Like your spiel. It is what it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that guy's a nut. But he's right. It really is what it is. It be what it be. Guys, if you're a Christian and you want to have a conversation with a couple of atheists, request up. This is very non-specific, general talking. We just want to offer the secular perspective for whatever you want to talk about other than direct politics. It's the only thing that we don't get into here. As for people who are secular like us, and you like what's going on here, you like the concept of the secular perspective, give us a follow and join our Discord server. We offer a safe place to uplift and support atheists and LGBTQ plus individuals, offering a safe place to be ourselves and have every member's voice equally heard. And my personal mantra is I just want to engage in critical thinking. I want somebody to think about this shit in a way that maybe they haven't thought of it before. If I can get somebody to consider a new angle on any of these topics that we cover here on Secular Perspective, I consider it a W. Do you have anything to add, Elizabeth, on that note?
I just think that we want to have good conversations about. I mean, for me, the whole reason I want to do this is just I have a passion for, women's rights and what's happening in our country with Christian nationalism. I think it's getting out of control.
Yeah, well, it is rather concerning when you've got steps going in the wrong direction as far as that's concerned, because you could say that the Ten Commandments being on the wall, nobody's getting punched in the face by the poster or anything, but it is definitely a step in the wrong direction. Allowing them to be up in certain classes where it's relevant is one thing. Making it mandatory to be in every classroom is a totally different thing, and is a bad look for us. It really is a bad look. Christians ought to want the church and state to be separated too, because both can infringe on the other in ways that neither of them want.
It's becoming really problematic in terms of them trying to push their religious beliefs on the rest of the country. Like, I don't think we should legislate through the Bible.
Yeah,
and so
no, we absolutely
that's part of the reason.
Especially, and this is just another thing.
Even the comments are turned off on TikTok. Is that on my end? Is that like a thing? Or
Crystal did that because we didn't have enough shares.
Oh, we didn't have enough shares. Gotcha.
Yeah, I guess we have enough shares now.
Go Dark Crystal.
Get them shares up, everybody. Yeah. But another thing about this is, even if I were Christian and we saw the government start to take a theocracy approach, this would still be bad because there are so many different denominations of this faith. I mean, if I was Catholic, I'd have a problem with a Baptist, right? If I was Baptist, I would have a problem with like Mormon. I know that people separate those, but they're under the same umbrella more or less. Or Orthodox or Presbyterian. Certain specific laws could be enacted based on. Are you looking at it literally? Or are you going off of what the average Christian thinks this day and age? What's the rule? And you could think that your religious freedom is being taken out from underneath you by your own religious government that, in name, shares your faith, but has it in a different light than you have it. So the Christians would be oppressed by this, just like the atheists would be oppressed by this. Whoever is making the decisions, their version of Christianity is the one that would be upheld. Hopefully, it's not a
Exactly.
plain reading of the text.
That was like the whole thing. I was on Godless Engineers live, and that very topic was the topic of discussion. And we were talking about how like there really isn't like the Constitution is like antithetical to the Bible, and like Christianity, like a biblical worldview.
That's interesting. Do you have specifics? I haven't really heard this take before, but I mean, it sounds like something that's probably true.
Mainly just like the freedom of speech, like alone gives you like the right to, and like the First Amendment allows you to worship whatever God you want, and like that's antithetical to like
the first commandment,
Exodus,
right?
Exodus 20. You'll have no other gods before me, like.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of opposite.
I could have started to look at it and found it immediately because it's 1-to-1. The First Amendment versus the First Commandment are antithetical. You're absolutely right about that. That's hilarious. Oh, but then how do you know murder's not wrong? Or how do you know murder's wrong? Christians apparently have to be told that it's wrong by the Ten Commandments. But they don't need to be told that slavery is wrong. They believe that's wrong in spite of the Bible giving them permission after permission to do it. How does one evaluate whether or not God gave good commandments? You just grant.
I mean, I think God's law is pretty shitty, you know. That's my take. I don't think we should follow it. And I think the Christians that are saying that are coming from it like this like cultural Christian perspective, and they're like not really understanding like the nuance of what that really means when they say, let's put like the 10 Commandments in classrooms.
Yeah, I think that was overturned in some places where it was enacted too, so that's very nice. Some places in Texas, I think they've pulled them out. But I'm not up to date on this information, so I don't want to talk on it too much.
It literally like lists women as property. Like we're a property.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not allowed to covet these things. Women is among those things. Then it goes on to say, or anything else, any other property owned by your neighbor or something along the lines of that. I'm hearing myself. I don't know if that's from your YouTube or not.
I can't believe that's picking it up on my mic. Let me mute it and see what happens. Okay. How does that work?
I'll let you know. So far, I don't hear it. Guys, thank you for all being here. This is really cool. It's helped. Yeah, it's gone. Sharing the live is great. Tapping the screen is great. If you have the coin to give that heart me, give that coin. If you really want to give the live a boost, anything. You guys know me. I do the snails in my personal life, so I set it for this goal too since I'm hosting. And you know what? Next time, if there's a certain gift that's personal to you, I'll include that next time we do this together. So pick your favorite one.
I'm
Jared will have his. You know what I mean? Jared will definitely have the hat.
Yeah, if you do the hat on me, like I'll start dropping like Toy Story quotes. There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake. Oh, I went to a depressing place. I went to When Somebody Loved Me. Everything
Oh my god,
was
that song is so
beautiful.
sad.
Every
Jesse.
hour spent together. Oh my god. No way, man.
Jesse, yes.
How can you make me cry about a toy that someone grew out of? Like, I get it. Oh yeah, when she loved me. She's looking at the box.
I know, it's so sad, it's tragic.
And she thinks she's going to play or something. She gets put in the box. We're going on a trip. We're going to have some fun. Plop. Bro. Just rips the heart right out of your ribs. God.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. I think we have a guest. Maybe they want to talk about Toy Story 2. Let's see.
You know, at this point, I'd rather do that than do Phil Bro shit.
Yeah, I would too. Hey, TTV,
Let's talk
are you
about
at
Toy
least
Story.
18 and are you a theist?
I'm 27 and I guess.
You believe in God, that's what that means.
Yeah.
Okay, so what have you got for us today?
I want to question the divinity of Jesus and God.
Yeah, sure. So how can we be sure if real quick actually, Elizabeth, do we want to grant Jesus' existence? I'm cool with it. I know you're a borderline mythicist. You'll be doing a lot more talking if we do the mythicist route.
We could do. I mean, I can just grant the Gospels. Like we can do an internal critique.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about. See, my gripe is the divinity. I don't know how you could possibly prove the magic that's performed by Jesus. I mean, with the necromancy he does, his alchemy, and all these other crazy things, flying around like Superman, I don't buy that shit. Like, it takes more than somebody saying so for me to accept that it was able to be done by a human person.
Right.
So
I think where you're gonna
big
struggle
problem.
is like the only thing that like Paul mentions, like as far as it gives like the Gospels any legitimacy, because like we don't know the authors of the Gospels. That would be my first approach. So if you want to talk about that, like we can.
You go ahead, TTV. My problem is the divinity.
Yeah, the reason why I asked for divinity because for one, I don't believe in the Trinity. That's for one. And I've been trying to study the oneness of Jesus with God and human. And basically, what chapter if I want to go to? Let me find it first before I say it. So when Jesus is saying that he wants the relationship he has with the Father, the same relationship he has with the Father, he wants us to have it. Where we go? Jesus is talking about participating in the life of the Father. So when people say if Jesus is God, I don't think he's God. I think he's a person that held God's power with righteousness and then consider equality with God something to be trifled with, like he actually said in the scripture. But if this was the divinity he has, I think what the scripture is really saying is we all can share in the divinity of God but not become God. And that's the bottom line of scripture, I would say.
Right. I mean, I disagree with the Trinity as well. I think it just violates logic. So I think it can't be true for that reason alone, without even going as far as you did. But would you consider yourself a Christian, or are you just someone who believes in the Abrahamic God? Because it sounds like you believe Jesus wielded God's power.
Yeah, I believe Jesus wielded God's power, but I would say I'm more of an agnostic Christian, just because just like for one, before Orthodox Christianity was already established, they was fighting with the Gnostics, to actually pick which one will be technically Christianity. So we really don't know if Christianity is the true religion or whatever case may be, but that's just why. Not only that, the contradictions in the Bible, etc.
Yeah, well, you've already done a lot of the groundwork that we would have tried
Right,
to lay
exactly.
for this. So why do you think these miraculous things happened? Because I would hear a claim like that and say, the way I know your story is not true is because somebody rose from the dead. Like that would be the thing that I might point to and say something like that makes the story obviously fake to somebody like me. But
Hmm.
you, that's not a deal breaker for you. So why isn't it?
Well, particularly when Jesus told send the disciples to forgive sins and do the things he does, these things that he sent the disciples to do, these things that it was said that only God can do. And um, if that's true, then that makes us all God. But if not, I mean, we are sharing God's divinity, and that makes it more logical to me because now, if I align with the will of God,
TTV, this wasn't my question. What I asked was, why do you believe these miraculous things happened?
I don't believe nobody rose from the dead. I don't believe that.
So you don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and you don't believe that he rose anybody else from the dead.
Because if Jesus was God, then
Well,
I
we
think this
agree
stuff will
Jesus is
cease to
not
exist.
God. We agree with you there, but like in the story in the Bible, it says that he did things like necromancy. And so you're telling me now that you don't think he did?
Only because we have no proof of it.
Okay, so what do you believe in any of the miracles? Because I don't think there's proof for any of them.
I would say forgiving sins.
I mean, this is just a part of the paradigm, though. Somebody forgiving someone. We can forgive people.
But yeah, but this gospel was portraying that only God can do that. That's the difference, though.
Right, but
That's
like
a,
we do
that's a
it. I
miracle in
mean, why do you
itself.
think why do you believe in sin? Like, would you say that sin is just a transgression of God?
Would I say that?
Yeah, would you say it's a transgression of God or of God's law?
I would just say is you trying to exist outside God's law, but yeah.
Mm. I guess we have to go to the God topic then, because it seems like you're fine with granting that these miracles didn't happen. We've gotten down to forgiveness of sins, which does not seem miraculous to me at all. Forgiving people seems totally mundane and usual. I see it all the time. But as far as God existing and us just living outside of that, it seems like that's where you would disagree with us the most, whether there's evidence for God or not. So, what do you have evidence for God?
I would say there was a God within me, but it's subjective. But the patches I could read what Jesus said out of his mouth. That would be my evidence.
So that would be just the claim, though, restated.
Yeah. Okay.
But how do you substantiate that claim?
I was about doing it in my life, if that makes sense, but still subjective though, so that wouldn't be a sufficient answer.
So, is your answer to my "do you have evidence" question? Is your answer just no?
I don't know how to answer the question. I would say no. Then the
So
only
if
way
you
I
don't
can
have
show you,
evidence, if you don't
only
have
way I can,
evidence, how could you justifiably say that it's true?
so if I don't have no evidence that I forgive someone for their sins, how can I say it's true? Basically,
No, I mean the existence of God, because this whole sin idea doesn't matter if there's no God. Like sin would be a part of that paradigm that comes with the package of a particular God, right? So, but if we can't demonstrate that God even exists, then sin doesn't exist either, right?
um, yeah,
Right. So, and you
I'm
said
most
that you
definitely
don't
with
have
that.
evidence for God. So, do you think it's a reasonable position to hold that God exists if you don't have any evidence?
No, because if God is the creator of all things and God created everything, it would be it can I cannot find anything in the universe that was not created by God to prove that God does not exist.
How did you determine that God created this car headrest in my hands here.
You say it again. Repeat the question.
What's the evidence that God created this car headrest?
The car headrest. What's the evidence of God
Yeah.
creating that?
Yeah.
I would say your breath for one. A person's breath taken because you have to be able. Because God is like the breath of life.
So you
you
say
have
that
to
he
have
did
the
this by
breath.
proxy, like we did it directly and he did it indirectly? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how did you determine that he gave us this breath of life? What's your evidence for that?
Give me a second, because my girl want me.
All right. Redheaded Trouble, I've been doing a lot of talking, so what are your thoughts on this so far while he's talking to his girl?
I think that it is, I don't know, this is just kind of a wild take on Christianity as a whole.
It
I don't
feels
think
like...
I sent
Oh,
both
you're
of y'all a
back.
private message. Yeah, I'm sorry. I sent both of y'all a private message. In y'all DMs.
my question would just be kind of like, what's the point of like all that you're doing? Like you tore out everything. You're a heretic according to the like rest of the Christians.
You said, what's the point?
Yeah, what's the point?
Well, to be in love.
To be in love. You don't have to
To
be
be
in
in
love to
love
with what?
with the oneness of everything, which is the creation, life, eternal life.
Are you like a pantheist? Like a Christian pantheist? Is that what this is? Is it like
Can you tell what a pantheist is? 'Cause I heard of it, but I don't remember the term.
pantheism is kind of like everything's oneness. I guess think like Eckhart
Everything's God.
Tolle, everything's God, everything's oneness. We're
No, I
all
don't think everything is
like
God.
I think a great example of pantheism is like Star Wars and the Force. That's kind of like a
Okay.
pantheistic view
But it's
of
a
the
it
universe.
is?
Say that
I
again.
didn't know that. So that is? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Star Wars is definitely kind of got some pantheistic theological undertones.
Okay. Well,
Because there's no like God that's like a personal God that's like overseeing everything. It's just the universe. It's the force.
yeah.
It's not like a person, like a deity like controlling everything.
Okay.
And sounds to me like you've kind of like developed this new age virgin, and you've just kind of like fanboyed Christian like stuff into it.
Actually, I would disagree with that because where I got this from actually was Jesus' words when he was asked directly to identify his Christology with the Lord, and he described.
I think Christianity is already fan fiction. So
I mean,
like
yeah, I could agree.
so
Just
you're
some.
like you kind of like you kind of just like taken that, and you're creating your own little new age version of it. And I think it's just kind of like the Cranberry song, it's all in your head.
I'm almost done. I promise. Um. What do you mean by
That's what
new
I
age?
think, Lobes. You asked me what I think. That's what I think.
What do you mean by new age? Because new age is not. Some people say new age is just not. Well, it really don't always mean like it's new age. It could be something that's back then, but
It just feels
bringing
like
it back.
you're reinventing the wheel with it, because we asked you a series of very common and very fundamental Christian beliefs, and you said, well, I don't necessarily hold that that's true because I can't prove it. And that's my position. Then I'm an atheist. So with every question I asked, you sounded more and more like an agnostic atheist. So I was trying to see where the floor was and asking, well, why do you think there's a God? You said something like, well, everything's created. So I asked about the headrest. You said, well, he did that by proxy. God created humans who created that. He gave us the breath of life. And I think this is where when you had to go talk to your lady,
Yeah.
I was like, where is your evidence that God gave us the breath of life? Because when we look at human beings coming into existence, we can observe the entire process from start to finish, and it's natural. We don't see any obvious intelligence. People infer it based on an assumption.
Okay.
Hold on. What?
So, do you have evidence for God creating anything specific?
Any evidence for God created something specific? I mean, I can't show you nothing that's God haven't created specific. You know, that's why I said that earlier. Like everything I see, everything is created by God, so I can't show you nothing that's not created by God.
So you don't know the difference between a designed object and a natural object?
So do I know the difference between a design object and a natural object? One is created by a person. One is just, I guess, always existed, right? No.
But you would say that it would seem like you're saying that natural objects don't even exist, that everything's designed. Like you would look at an iPhone and be like, "Wow, that's so designed." And I'm like, where's the natural stuff then? If it's all designed, how can you even draw any delineation? It almost seems like it's meaningless to even say it in the first place.
So if everything all designed, it'd be meaningless. I don't know how to respond to that, really, to be honest.
I'm just wondering how you determine that everything. It seems like you're assuming everything's designed. Hey, Spooky, thank you for being here, guys.
Yeah,
Spooky is down here in the chat. She's one of our co-hosts as well. So make sure
Use
you
the
give her a follow.
force. Use the force, TTV. Use the force.
Yeah, I could grant you that. Yeah, I am doing a lot of assuming that it's designed, but it's only based on what I know as true to what I've been studying throughout the world. You know, not only that, just seeing things. You know, I see what's been created by humans and what's already existed before humans. You know, stuff like that. So that's all I can say. I don't
Right.
really,
Some stuff existed before us, like the rocks have been here, the sun and stuff, and some water. There's a lot of stuff that predates humanity or even life. But does that mean that because it was here longer that God made it? What if it didn't have a beginning? Is that not a possibility? Or what if it, I don't know, so was created by Joel's wet box, for example?
You don't eat, no, you want more.
says Joe. Repeat that last part. Jones with what?
So one of our
I don't know if they know. Yeah, Joel
one of our
reads
friends
Bible.
has this. Yeah, Joel reads Bible. You should give him a follow. He has this theory that he's been kicking around, that the universe came forth from an old, wet, dilapidated, wet box. It's a magical wet box, and the entire universe spilled out or sprung out from it. It's not intelligent, and it's always existed, and the universe just came from it. And he says there's just as much evidence for that as there is for an intelligent person doing it, which is none. It's an assumption.
Well, I can. I would say to that. What I would say to that is, like, I don't believe in like a magical sky daddy. I believe in like you said, like Star Wars type thing, like the Force. But I don't think.
So you wouldn't say that. You wouldn't even say then that God has a mind or a personality.
Yeah.
So TTV, here's what I would tell you. If that's your position, I wouldn't even say that I'm a theist at that point. I would think that misleads people, because when people use the word like theist or when people say that they believe in God, the thing that people assume at the very least is that it's at least a mind that created the universe. But it sounds like you think that it could even just be a force of nature. But I also am sort of wondering that if you think everything is created so much that you assume that based on you intuit that from looking at the world around you. Normally people say that because they think God is a mind, and it takes a mind to make all this stuff because it's too complicated or what have you. But it sounds like that's not the position you're taking. So I'm just very perplexed as to why you even hold this position in the first place.
Well, because the divinity, when it comes divinity with that source, that's why. Because when if you had you one with that source, like what happens is once this force is being willed, it's a natural occurrence of things to be created. That's why when I read the Bible, it's about many gods, and then God created everything in the image of Elohim and the image of gods. That's what's basically
How
saying.
much credibility do you give the Bible? Because it makes claims that you've said you don't agree with, and it
Yeah.
does say that it does seem to say that God has a personality and feels emotions and says words and stuff. So it seems like the Bible is saying that God has a mind, but you disagree even at that level. So
Yeah, because
what
that's
exactly
Yahweh.
do you even get out of the Bible if you disagree with virtually everything it says?
Because I don't I know the difference between Yahweh. I'm talking real quick. I know the difference between. Here you go. The difference between
If you need to
Yahweh.
go, like there's a lot of background noise on your
I'm
end.
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all
Uh,
fine. Like if you need to go be
uh,
dad or whatever, that's cool. You can come back at another time.
no, she okay. She's supposed to get her done. But I study critical scholarship and and apologetics, and that's where I mainly got my view from. The critical scholarship because Yahweh in the Old Testament, I can see. Well, people say why I see people say God's evil or God's a jealous God and all this. It's because this character named Yahweh in the Old Testament and Second Kings and in Leviticus 10, it's a person that he just did not claim was the creator of everything. But this is what I think atheists believe Christians are saying is the true God, which I understand because that's what they do. They think Yahweh is the true God.
Well, I don't know, I can't speak for all atheists, but I try to ask
I think
everyone their position. Okay, I mean, if I was just assume things about you, I would have started going off on how God's like evil and stuff, and that would have, but like that's not even, you disagree with basically the entire Bible from what you've said, and I don't even really know what you believe in because I feel like you'll say one thing, TTV, and then I'll ask a question to clarify, and you'll like negate the first thing that you said by admitting that you can't actually claim something due to lack of evidence.
So are you thinking that because it seems like you're saying that I don't believe anything in the Bible is true.
Well, it just seems like it seems like your belief is very nebulous and unfixed at the moment.
Okay. Well, I respectfully disagree just because like dang, I just got my thought. Dang.
I just don't even know what you believe in.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, thank you,
I believe because the Bible states that God is a loving source, and this loving source wants us to be with it.
Okay, let me ask you this: do you think that an inanimate object or thing that does not have a mind can be loving?
If it's love itself, yeah. That's the only way to make it logical.
This is a wild take. This is such a wild take. Like you're like borrowing from all kinds of like worldviews to create this like systematic theology, if you even want to call it that. And it has no I don't know, logical consistency.
Why wouldn't it be if, like Jesus says, the source is what drives humans and everything in existence to be in connection
TTV,
with it?
I don't mean to cut you off. I'm just so hung up on this. I think the chat would be fascinated to learn from you. How can something that does not have a mind be loving?
If it's love itself, it'll be natural expression.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt. Sorry.
What
is love?
So what I know love to be as is it's enduring, it's merciful, it's everlasting.
So it's entirely conceptual. It's a thing that doesn't have ontology.
And love itself stays the same. That's why people can be on the Stockholm syndrome, I think it's called.
So you think the source is merciful, but like Does the
I
source have a
don't.
sense of
None of
justice?
this makes any fucking sense. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. This is very frustrating for me, at least, because it doesn't fit any of the. You're just like you're out there in the ether with your own like thing, which is fine. Like, I mean, if that's like where you land and stuff, but I don't see like how you can like come on a live and like expect other people to like track with what you're putting down because it doesn't make any like it has no consistency whatsoever.
It does feel
I
like you're
don't
making it
expect.
up
It's
as you're
just
going along.
it's just special pleading after special pleading, and it's this. I feel like this worldview is very unique to just like you because you've borrowed from so many different places.
I mean, no. Only place I only use the Christian. I only use the Christian Bible. I ain't borrowed from nothing else. I'm only using the Christian Bible. That's one thing. And
You're what are you?
No,
What
at
else are you
TTV,
using then?
if you were using the Christian Bible, you would have gotten a wildly different perspective than what the one
This
you
is
have
like
is.
this is like some new age
not from
pantheistic like
my
moral
not from my
relativism. Like you're just pulling like from all over the fucking place, and you're just therefore it's this worldview is just unique to you. Like nobody else here is gonna like come to your side.
I don't expect that. I'm not here to what's the word
It's just Antonio, Mikey,
indoctrinate anyone or
Sean,
make nobody
they
come to
just
my
left,
side something like that.
so.
What I'm saying is the reason why I describe God or love as His ways is because these are the keys to expressing love properly.
So how do you feel
Okay,
about
so
Christian nationalism? Like how do you feel like how does this affect your voting and your life? Like how do you like what is your stance
Uh,
on Christian nationalism? Do you think that's a good thing?
I don't really know what that is.
You don't know Christian nationalism? It's kind of like
No,
a
man.
big problem in our country right now. Are you from the United States?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You don't know what Christian nationalism is like at all?
No. No, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna part it real good and stuff.
I think you
then
should
all right.
research it.
Yeah, I would definitely look into that. But I had a question since you called
I
God
did.
this source without a mind. You called him love, and it is all loving somehow. How much of the actions of God that are portrayed in the Bible do you think are really done by God?
So I don't believe the Bible was I don't believe the Bible was given by God or written by God. That's one. I believe anything that talks about being a loving, being a loving your enemies as yourself, putting this love first, never changing this love. That's what the true God is.
What I'm
You see that in
saying, well, the reason I ask is because I think most of the Bible that I've read, you have God being portrayed as a supervillain, like a really horrible, disgusting, evil thing. And you've got some nice things in the Bible. I won't just sit here and deny that there are no nice things said and done by God, but there
yeah,
are some really gruesome things that God does, right? There's brutal
yeah.
shit, and even like wicked, evil, cruel things that he does. So when I hear you say that God is love and he doesn't have a mind, that's already confusing. But when you say that the only place you're pulling from is the Bible, I just wanted to know, do you think that every time there's an instance in the Bible of God doing something evil, that's just not true?
Yeah. If it goes outside what love is, it's not God to me. So
But
when
if you're
like
using the
for
Bible to
example,
determine what love is, then I mean, what are you just like holding on to this much of the Bible, this little sliver right here? Because this is all God being a total raving lunatic, and then these little pages over here is
mhm.
the nice sweet sections compiled into a few pages. So
I
I
mean,
mean, you've
you
taken
can
most of
definitely
the
Yeah, but
cherry
Bible.
that's
pick out of the
true.
New Testament and
That's
make. I mean,
true, but
Thomas Jefferson did that. Like he had his own little Bible.
I mean, yeah, but
Like
that's true.
he tore out like all the miracles, like tore out everything that like was like kind of like supernatural esque. Like he got his own
Uh,
little version of the Bible that he'd read.
Little pamphlet.
Exactly.
yeah.
Are you gonna start your own religion or anything like that? Like,
Me?
yeah, you.
No, no.
Oh, thank God.
I don't
Oh
believe
wait, I don't believe in him.
what I think is God. I think it's a way of living. I don't think it's a religion.
So now God is a way of living. So like God is this eternal, unconscious source of love and mercy that's always been there and gives power to Jesus to not do miracles, but now God's also a way of life?
You said to not do miracles?
Because you said earlier you don't believe in the miracles just because you can't prove them, and but you did say that God gave power to Jesus, but I guess it was to just not use it. If
And
you don't
I want
believe
to
in the
just circle. I just want to
Yeah.
circle back to what I said earlier. What's the fucking point of like your beliefs? Because
Can I
they
clarify
don't
that
make
again?
fucking sense at all. Like you just like why even have them?
Hold on, I'm sorry. Did I when I said about the raising the dead thing? I'm not saying he couldn't did it. What I'm saying is he just don't have no evidence if he's doing it. Just saying he did it.
Right, yeah, and so you said that you don't
So
believe it
I'm
happened
still
because you can't prove it, you don't have evidence.
right. I don't believe it happened because we had no evidence, but I do believe it's possible off evidence of what he claimed to be. So it still grants the argument. I'm still,
It
I think
feels
we're
like you
losing
don't
our
know.
audience. Yeah, we've lost like
It
half
feels
of our
like you're.
audience during this conversation. It's like
It is kind of getting nowhere though. I mean, TTV, you're very nice and everything and cordial, but I think we're gonna move
you're
on.
nice, young man. But
From
like
that.
I am just like for me, like your worldview is so unique. We can't even really like dig into it because each thing that we talk about has to like branch out into like all these other things, and we're having to like really like flesh out your theology. And
Mhm.
there's nothing consistent about it. Like I can just tell you that right now.
Can you tell me the one thing I said that wasn't consistent?
Yeah, because for one, it doesn't fit with your like Christianity as a whole, like at all. Like you're not a Christian. Like there
Thank you for
isn't
coming up,
this.
TTV.
Yeah,
Maybe figure out what it is you believe in.
No,
Stick to
because
it.
I'm telling
Come
you,
back and give it to us
because
another time.
it's consistent because those world like it's inconsistent because those worldviews like contradict each other. Like you can't have pantheism and Christianity together. Like that, it just doesn't make sense. It's logically inconsistent. You cannot do it. I know it sounds fun in your head, but it's
But
like
he
the
was,
Cranberry song. It sounds fun.
yeah,
Like you come up, we craft your own like systematic theology about like with like including
consistently
pantheism. I mean, why
inconsistent.
stop there? Why stop there? Why not just like let's just start borrowing from Hinduism and Buddhism and like let's just like pile all of the. You remember when you were like a kid at like Chuck E. Cheese and you do the suicide soda thing? Like let's just do that with like
Yeah.
theology and
Yeah,
like
just add. But the thing is,
worldviews.
it seemed like he was doing that. He was doing that, but then he turned around and said, "I only got Coke. I only use the Bible." What do you mean you only use the Bible? You just pulled from all
Exactly.
these other.
And then we taste the drink and it's like, bro, like you didn't just
You
put Coke
didn't.
in here.
You didn't put the arsenic in here, did you? Like, you didn't add absolutely everything. I hope. Shit.
Exactly. So that's my like analogy about like how that conversation went because that's pretty much
Yeah.
the gist of it. You just craft these worldviews, and as an atheist, I'm just like, why? Like, what's the point? Like, why
Yeah.
are you twisting yourself into pretzels trying to like rationalize this like inconsistent monstrosity that you've created for yourself?
It's absolutely astonishing. Thank you all for being here. We're doing okay with viewership. Make sure you keep sharing out the live so we can get some people in here for some more conversations. If you're really appreciating what we're doing here, don't forget to keep tapping the screen. We're really close to 20,000. I think it'd be great within the next hour if we could get to 30. That would be fantastic. Be consistent. Thank y'all for interacting with each other and us in the comments section. And anybody who's over on YouTube, unfortunately, I can't see it, but maybe Redhead, you can see what's going on over on the
I
YouTube
can
side of
see, yeah, I
things.
can see. I've been looking at the comments. I know Aaron's over there, and our mod's doing an amazing job. So yeah, we're just like we're up and running, and I'm trying to do my best not to like show Cleve for the camera so we don't get banned
Oh
again.
my god, yeah, that should not be a thing. That should not be something that you have to censor.
Especially like when they advertise I can't tell you how many like these like jelly bras that I get like that are in my FYP like advertisements. These girls are like practically, naked in their underwear, like showing it off. Like
Yeah, and then here you are in
I'm
a
fully
fucking
clothed.
dress.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
not even trying to thirst trap anybody, just sitting
I
here.
don't think I'm thirst trapping anybody. This is just,
Yeah, it's ridiculous. The sensitivity of either the person who reported it or maybe the algorithm. I think somebody was saying that it was
somebody's
a
probably
report.
reporting it. Yeah. I think that there's like I suspect the guy that initially was like on my like pre-secular perspective live that came on, and
Mm.
they got like super like butt hurt when I told them I was a lesbian.
Yeah, well, I'm not a lady, so that affects me. Your choice to be a lesbian affects me.
They
So
said
where
a
the
bunch of
butthurt
horrible
comes.
they said a bunch of horrible things to me. So like I don't know. Like it was
Insanity.
like the first yeah, it was like the first person that like came into our life. It was like, I know a few of our loyal fans like were there for that, and they saw like how that happened, how that went down. So it was kind of wild. But I think a lot that happens to a lot of people. Like we get like trolled by like Christians that are upset by our existence, and they
Mm.
report our lives, and they think they're doing Jesus's work by getting us like taken
It's
down.
amazing, right? It's amazing how that's a thing that Christians do. That would never have been me as a Christian, because you're supposed to behave a particular way as a Christian, and going out and trolling people and stuff and being hateful is not what Christ would want you to do. The fruit of the spirit, you
Yeah,
remember that. That's the display. That's your litmus test. If somebody displays all 9 of the attributes that equal the fruit of the spirit, because it's not the fruits. Anybody can be kind, right? Anybody can be
right.
patient. But when you have all of those, it's a high probability, according to the Bible, that like you've got the Holy Spirit residing in you. So if you've got one of them out of the 9, you're probably going to hear, "Depart from me, I never knew you."
Right.
So make sure you keep that in mind. Also, if you're a Christian here and you want to come up and talk to us, we're taking guests. We don't have anybody requesting right now, so if you want to request up, you'll be the very next guest to come up. And you don't have to be a Christian per se. You can just be a believer in God, and we'll have that same conversation. We'll offer you the secular perspective, and you tell us why you think a theistic perspective would be preferred. So we
And
are
for clarity,
offering.
like my worldview, like I am an agnostic atheist and I am a secular humanist with like a high degree of feminism.
And I'm Lobes the Absurdist. There's a little bit of all sorts of different viewpoints when you get into all of our hosts that we have here at TSP. If anybody is new to this and you're just finding out about us tonight, we do have a Discord server. It's a pretty welcoming community. It's steadily growing. We think we just got into around 70 people or so in it. So that's really exciting. We're gonna hit 100 people there soon. We did have 69, and we were trying to not let anybody in, but then somebody fucking ruined it. So now we're on the road to, I guess, either 420 or 666, whatever's next.
So we started at 3, so it's like an hour. We're an hour and 25 minutes in.
3. Well, it was 6 for me. I gotta actually
Oh,
check
that's
with
right. Yeah,
Joyful. I'm pretty
you're on
sure
the East Coast. You're on the East Coast,
I'm on
huh?
the yeah. So I'm on the. I think it's I gotta
East
check with
Coast,
Joyful.
West
Joyful just
Coast,
jumped in
yo.
here. The national, the fucking transatlantic. I don't know. No, not transatlantic. The trans. You know what the fuck I'm trying to say. Joyful, we're supposed to go for 4 hours, right? Eastern Europe.
I'm
Talking
down
about
with
like.
whatever. Do we not have any guests?
Mm-mm.
Nobody wants to. This is sad.
If
I
we
guess I
want, we
scared
could
all the
take.
Christians away with my cleavage.
Well, right. No, they would have stuck around for that. Sonny wants to come
I'm
up.
leading them into sin, making them think dirty thoughts.
While we don't have any theists who want to come up, I'm
We
okay
can,
with
yeah.
bringing up somebody who
Let's
wants
bring up
to.
Sunny.
We can bring up Sunny, or we could bring up. Oh, Sunny says no. We could bring up if you are also a member of our community or an atheist or something, and you have questions for us, you can come up and ask a question while we're waiting for some Christians. That's totally fine.
Let's do
We're
it.
very welcoming here.
Right. Got to fight against all my Jezebel spirits.
Okay, we got some apostate coming up here.
Uh-oh, there they are.
No, guys, we met our goal for the lady that needed the bed. So thank you all who contributed to that. We made $800 in less than a week. You guys are fucking amazing. But we are still taking donations. That's going to go to LGBTQ youth. So if you are interested in the link is in the link tree, and also the Discord is now working in the link tree as well. So
Well, W chat,
that's
W for all the people that donated. Good job.
absolutely. Well, I'm going to leave you guys to it. I just wanted to come up and make that announcement. And
Yeah.
this mother was so grateful and wanted me to tell you all thank you from the bottom of her heart.
Love that.
Well, tell the mother that you're welcome. I mean, I wasn't personally one of the people who donated, but that the secular perspective is welcome. I love that we're doing this, Joyful, though. But the fact that you integrated fundraising is fantastic. And I did have somebody asking if there was a way to subscribe to like a certain monthly donation. I said not yet, because I know that's something that we want to maybe do. We could set up a Patreon or something for something like that.
My PayPal business, I might be able to set it up in, because I have a business account for the secular perspective. Like, I've turned in paperwork and everything. So I will have to look and see if there's a subscription you can do through that.
Sure. Yeah, that's cool. And
All right.
real quick, are we going until what time Central are we supposed to
9
go?
Central.
Okay, so 10 Eastern for me. I'll remember that.
Yep. All right. See you guys.
All right.
Have a good night. It's just it's just us. Should we just like start playing Mario Kart or something? Like what are we, maybe that will draw a crowd.
Chat. I won't do that to the but I never had to worry about when we end because I was always with Joyful and he just took the reins when it was time to go. I just was like, whenever he's done, then that's kind of it. I'm good to go, right? And I stuck around in the Discord afterwards. I'm in the driver's seat now, and I'd never have had to check when we're supposed to end.
I mean, we could probably like draw some crowds if we like had Mario Kart going. I'm just saying.
Aaron says I should take my shirt off in solidarity.
Yeah, for me, exactly. Let's see your thirst trap for reals.
Well, I mean, I already showed you guys for like that week or two that I had that PFP up. And I made Zach Hoffman really insecure, so I don't want to do that to anybody because it's just an unrealistic standard of beauty, and I don't want to perpetuate that and make everybody feel inadequate or like, why are you laughing at this? Lathe of Heaven. This is a serious topic. This is like it can bring about body dysmorphia. And
That's a serious
now
thing.
you're saying I'm hot, and that's just unacceptable.
So serious.
I saw Dark Knight just slide in here. And if you are a Christian, we are taking guests tonight. We would love to hear why you think God's real, or why you think it's good to believe in God, or whatever. Maybe you have a criticism for our secular perspective, the way that we look at the world. Maybe you just have a question. We're here to talk about anything other than direct politics, where a secular perspective could be.
Apparently,
Sorry,
am I like objectifying you, or is that how you feel, Lobes? Am I like objectifying your body?
I'm gonna plead the fifth. You can. I mean, someone remove Bob. Sorry, Bob. You know, I've seen Bob around here a lot. I think he used to have a different name, and he's been very active in the chat. Oh, he's still here. Oh, I think I missed what happened then. There's a little message.
Why don't we have like somebody like?
Bob, why don't you come up here and
Fantastic.
talk to us, man?
Somebody needs to come up and talk to me.
People.
I'm not that scary, am I?
Well, you're advertising that you're trouble, and maybe that's why he's scared. She's not literally trouble, okay?
I'm trouble because it's just I'm always like in trouble with Christians.
Just because, I mean, maybe he knows he has no shot, and that's what it is. He heard you were a lesbian, and he was like, damn it, there's no point. Why even bother? It's like, I'm not gonna go for Lobes. He put his shirt back on.
I'm the fun type of trouble. Yeah.
Well, you know what they say about redheads.
Oh, somebody in YouTube says there's somebody out there for everybody. For you, it's a psychiatrist.
Was that for the last guess? Was that for TTV?
I don't think so. That like just came in.
Was it for one of us?
We're
just sitting here shooting the shit until somebody wants to talk to us.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Bob will be well known.
I don't know
really
where
he. Well, Bob, if you want to be really well known, then you should come up here. I'm just going to invite you. I think I've talked to Bob before, but he had a different name.
Oh, they said to pay it no mind. Like, okay. I'm all for like rationality. Like when it comes to like worldviews and stuff, like I want pragmatism and rationality and fairness.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Bob was Soldiers of Christ before. Do you remember him?
AKA Soldiers of Christ.
I recognize the PFP. That's why I
Possibly.
know I've talked to this person before.
Come on, Bob. What about Bob?
My name's Bob. My name is Robert, actually. I'm Rob.
Especially with the psychiatrist thing, we could do the whole what about Bob?
My mom calls me Bob. My mom literally calls me Bob.
Dr. Leo Marvin.
I haven't seen What About Bob.
You've never seen What About Bob? Oh my god, that's like classic, like Bill Murray. It's so fucking funny.
I love Bill Murray. I love me a good BM, but I haven't seen What About Bob.
It's got let's see here, like Bill Murray and Richard Dreyfuss.
I mean, Bill Murray is just such a classic.
It's hilarious.
I loved him. I loved him playing himself in Zombieland. That was hysterical.
You have to go see. You have to see What About Bob. That is your homework assignment.
He's in Caddyshack too.
If you like Caddyshack, then you'll love like What About Bob. It is the funniest freaking thing ever.
Maybe we can do a movie night in one of our Discord servers, either mine or TSP. We'll have a movie night for members.
You will laugh. You will probably. You need to wear diapers because you'll probably pee your pants. It's so funny.
Oh, I have tons of diapers. I don't know if they'll fit me, but yeah. Guys, we're still waiting for any guests. I'll take up a fan of the show if you want to ask either of us a question or something.
Yeah, exactly. Come up and talk with us. Well, you can get like a good discussion. Do you think we should restart or?
I don't know. I think I want Joyful to make that decision whenever we do those things. Is he still here? Because sometimes it's just a slow night.
It's a slow night.
Joyful,
I
do
mean,
you want us
it
to
is a
restart to
Thursday.
see if we can climb back up a little bit, or do you want us to just hang here? I'm cool with either way. I mean, I just want to, whatever. I don't want to make that decision without consulting you first. 7? Like at 7? Okay. Yeah, if there's no guests within the next 25 minutes, we'll do a restart. That's a good. I like that. We did
Exactly.
get flagged earlier.
Somebody needs to come up though. Anybody want to talk? Anyone? Bueller.
Bob said graping women is holding them accountable. Is that really what he said? Well, let me scroll up a little bit. Did he say this shit? It sounds like something he would say.
It's horrible.
Oh wait, the number one on the diaper isn't how many pounds they hold, according to the nerdy Tiffany. Holy
Has
shit!
anybody? Oh, he said it on other lives.
Oh, so he didn't say it
Yikes.
tonight. He just would say it.
We lost like all of our viewership. We only have like 25 people on TikTok.
Mm.
I don't even know how to check like on YouTube. I was looking for that.
The last caller was painful.
We only have like 9 likes.
Yeah, guys, make sure you are sharing the live. Thank you, Nerd Unleashed, for doing that. If you haven't yet shared the live, you can hold your finger down on the screen. It'll bring up a whole big old list of people, and you can just spam the shares. We'll get some people in here for some conversations. If you're a Christian, you'd like to talk to us about the secular perspective that we have, come on up here. We're very welcoming. Oh, and thank you for the heart me. That's another thing. Heart me's do help the FYP, guys. It helps put us out there. TikTok likes it when you send heart me's and other gifts, because it lets it know that the stream's monetized and people are liking it enough to throw at least some change at the thing. When it's dry on their end and they're not making any money from it, I'm not trying to do a cash grab. That's just the way that TikTok works. So if you have some pennies, if you have a nickel, a dime, and a quarter, send us one of these gifts, or have a heart me or something, a bouquet of flowers for either of us girls up here. I'll make it easy for you. I haven't pinned this in a while, so I'll. You guys know me. I'm a snails guy. That should be my team name, the Snails.
The snails. Yeah. You could like
Mm-hmm.
have like
We're
t-shirts and
slow, but
everything.
like we're slow,
Ooh, I
but
got
it's
a
like on
loaf.
purpose. Slow and steady.
Somebody just gave me like a little Caesar crown.
Oh yeah, that's true too. If you wanted to gift the particular host over here, you have to make sure that you tap on her. Okay. And Godless Pianist has entered the chat. Thank you for being here, Godless.
See if he wants to come
of
up.
course, with your raving snail. Thank you. All right,
Godless
we're doing
Pianist,
things
do you want
right.
to come up and talk?
We're doing things right now. We're checking our boxes. We should see some change relatively soon.
We had some like hiccups. You know, two of the guests were like Phil Bros, and then the rest of them, it's like rest of the live has been me getting banned for cleavage.
Insanity. Hey, Godless, how are you doing today?
I'm all right. I just got through cleaning the house, so I'm a little surted.
Your back's probably killing you, man.
I just got back from Colorado. I drove like 11 hours yesterday.
Colorado.
Colorado, yeah.
That's about 5 hours for me. I mean, it's
Colorado or
yeah, the Colorado state line. I think it's like because it's right across. I mean, I'm on one side of Kansas.
you're in Utah. Are you in Utah?
No, Kansas. I'm in
Kansas. Oh, on the
City,
Kansas side.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm Kansas City, Kansas. So I'm like on one side of Kansas, Colorado on the other. You know, so it's like.
Yeah, and I
long it
traveled
take
with
to
a cat too. I had a cat with me,
Hmm.
and that was an interesting adventure.
Yeah.
I see JRB and critically Crystal who just joined. Welcome, guys. Joel, Crystal, thank you for being here.
It was exhausting, Lathe. I was pretty tired.
I'm seeing we've got some requests now. Godless, I know we just pulled you up, but if you wouldn't mind just stepping
You're
down,
fine.
we're going to see who some of these callers are.
No problem.
Hey, Hampton, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
What?
Hey, Hampton?
Me?
Hampton, are you all right? Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay,
Perfect
yeah,
now.
there was something going on with the mic before. Ari, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
Yeah, sorry about that. And yes, my name is you already know my name. But yeah, Hampton, and I am 23 years old and I am a Christian.
Okay, great. Thanks for being here, Hampton. You're on the secular perspective with Lobes and Redheaded Trouble. So what have you got for us tonight? What do you want to talk about?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to talk not more so like through a philosophical argument for like the freedom of the will for more of an argument for the soul. So argument for the will, free will, and from the will to the soul.
Fair enough. Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. So first, do y'all believe we have free will? Do y'all agree with that? If so, I can kind of like skip the beginning.
I'm a determinist. I don't know about Elizabeth.
Okay.
I just don't give a fuck. Like, I'm experiencing things.
Undecided.
I'm experiencing things, and I believe the universe is mysterious. That is my
Exodus.
That's where I leave room for my agnosticism for. Is there's always room for discovery. And I'm not big on dogma. So
real quick, I just want to thank the Trust But Verify raid that came in here. I hope to see Trust himself in here soon. But thank y'all for being here. We appreciate you. Sorry about that, Hampton.
Yeah, so I think it's very important first to get definitions on the table so equivocation doesn't happen and to keep from just like talking past each other. So I'll say what I mean by free will, and we can just start from there and we'll work our way through it. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm specifically defending libertarian freedom, free will. So libertarian freedom is the ability to genuinely choose between a range of options, each of which is consistent with one's nature.
With one's nature.
So to give a little bit more context there, what I mean by one's nature is
this gonna eventually get to like God existing? Is that like is that your whole thing? Can we just get there?
So you're godless
to God existing?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give 8 premises and then we can just start from there. All right, cool. I'll give 8 premises. Okay, if robust naturalism is true, God or things like God, i.e., a soul, do not exist. If God or things like God do not exist, humanity does not possess the freedom, does not possess libertarian freedom. Premise 3, if humanity does not freely think in the libertarian sense, then humanity is never epistemically responsible. Premise 4, humanity is occasionally epistemically responsible. Premise 5, therefore humanity freely thinks in the libertarian sense. Therefore, God or things like God exist. Therefore, robust naturalism is false. Now, those were deductive arguments, premises 1 through 7. 8 is an inductive argument, meaning that it's not drawing from the previous premises, but it makes sense of the deductions. Right. So, drawing from that conclusion, I think the best explanation for a soul is God.
So one premise, I
There
don't
you
remember
go.
which one it was. It might have been two, but one premise was something along the lines of, if there is no soul, then we cannot have free will. It seems like it is stating that if we do have a soul, then we would have free will. Is that your position? A soul gives
Yes.
free will?
Yeah, a soul allows for free. So you can still have a soul and still be determined, but you won't be able to be determined by physical things because soul is not physical. So it has to be determined by something spiritual. So then one would have to argue that there's something spiritual that's determining a soul.
So what exactly is a soul, and how can we verify that I mean, I guess you were starting to try to say how we have one, but I don't know what it even is. It feels like this thing that people, I think that it started off, people didn't understand what consciousness was, or what the self was, right? And they started just calling it a soul, the experience, the qualia.
Hmm. Yes. So you can it's going to encompass qualia, but it won't just be qualia. Like qualia can be pain. Like I pinch myself, I feel pain. That's qualia, but that's not that. I wouldn't say that's the soul. My feeling of pain. So if I was to give a more wooden definition, it would be more like the element of a person that enables them to be aware of the world, their experiences, to think, to feel, the faculty of consciousness and thought.
Okay, so it feels like it's just the consciousness, if I heard you correctly.
Mm,
I want a more
uh,
qualia conversation.
I guess it all would need consciousness, but I don't think it all boils down to just consciousness.
I'm just trying to figure out what exactly it is, but I'll just try to roll with it so that we can move on.
Okay.
So we'll say that there's this thing called a soul, and we suppose it exists for one reason or another. What about this soul can give us free will? I think you touched on it a little bit, and you said something along the lines of it gives a spiritual cause, like it's not a physical antecedent and consequence. It would be a spiritual thing. But with this, if that's the position, would that not just be another factor that goes into decision making, not the sole decider?
Yeah. One, so my argument is that it cannot be physically determined because physical objects has no bearing on what on the soul because it's immaterial. Um, so that's just kind of get away from the physicalist part to talk about determination on the soul from the I would say an immaterial standpoint. I just don't know what else would be determining factors unless you were to believe in, I don't know, like Platonism, and to give an argument from that abstract objects can determine a soul.
Hampton, maybe it would just help us if you could give us an example. Like, give us give us an example of a decision being made by an agent because of their soul playing a role.
Yeah, so I would just argue, like, if one was to decide, let's say, to drink chocolate milk over white milk, right?
Okay.
If one possesses a soul, that soul can occasionally be libertarianly free to choose either chocolate milk or white milk and act.
So it sounds like a claim.
Yes, it is a claim.
Okay. So what's the substantiation?
The substantiation for how souls can
for
act.
that claim? Like, to say, like, if I had a soul, I could have chosen, like, I chose chocolate milk, but since I have a soul, I could have chosen the white milk, right? You're saying that's possible. I think that you could only have chosen one or the other. But, like, you could have, all things being the same, chosen differently, and that's what libertarian free will allows for. So if I have a soul, what about that makes that actually possible?
Yes, because there's no physical determinations on the soul that determines the outcome. That's what I'm saying. There's no physical determinations that determine the outcome.
But there are physical restrictions on our decisions. Like I can't decide to get the chocolate milk if there isn't any chocolate milk anywhere nearby, right? I can't
Agreed.
decide to not think about elephants right now because now I've said elephants and everybody is imagining elephants because I said that.
That's why I carefully worded this syllogism to be occasionally. So one and also consistent with one's nature. So one can't, like, let's say I can't freely just sprout wings and fly. Well, that's not dictated by human nature, right? Humans can't do that. So that's why that was thrown in there to help people kind of follow along with the argumentation. As far as with the chocolate milk not being there, I don't know if that would necessarily fall into not having free will.
It's a physical limitation. And
Yeah.
like, I mean, your biology restricts the types of decisions that you can make too. Like if you have a handicap of some kind, that restricts your ability to make choices.
Yeah, then that just falls back into the nature category then. It's only consistent with one's nature. So that's what I mean by in the libertarian sense. So maybe if chocolate milk's not there, I'm not able to choose chocolate milk. Fair point. I agree with you. But if chocolate milk is there, in the example that I gave it was, and white milk was there, in the example I gave it was, then you can choose between those two. And from
Would
that,
you say that if you are presented with the chocolate milk or the white milk, you would be able to choose whichever one you want? Would you think you'd be able to choose one that you don't want?
Yeah, one can choose if they don't want the white milk, they can still choose the white milk.
How does that work? What would make somebody do that?
Choose the white milk?
Well, choose the one they don't want. What would cause that?
Isn't that the bifurcation fallacy?
Not sure how that's the bifurcation fallacy, but when it comes to white milk and chocolate milk, one could still desire chocolate milk for X amount of reasons and not desire white milk, but still choose white milk because it's healthier.
Okay, so that means that they want to be healthy more than they want to have the delicious, better tasting chocolate milk that is less healthy. So they would have still done what they wanted the most. They just valued the health benefits over the pleasure of drinking something chocolatey and sweet.
Yeah, so this
my stance here, Hampton, is that I think you can only do what you want. I think you're a slave to do what you want the most. So if you have competing wants, the one you want the most will prevail every time. Like I've heard the gym example. People go to the gym. They don't want to go to the gym, but they do go to the gym. Checkmate, Lobes. And I'm like, but they want to be disciplined more than lazy. They want to get in shape more than be out of shape, right? These are competing wants, and the scales have tipped in that favor. If they wanted one thing more than anything else, they'll do that thing, and they won't be able to choose the other thing that they want less. Because if they choose the thing that they want less, that's an indication that they did, for one reason or another, want that other thing after all more than the first thing.
Yes. So for this argument to work, it would have to be the case that if one desires X over Y, then Y is no longer a choice at all. So
right. Yes.
So that's what you're arguing for.
That's what I think. And I think that you think it's an option, like almost like, since you don't know the future, you don't know the conclusion you're going to come to, so you would give this illusion of free will, but ultimately your brain works the way that it works, and there's nothing that you can do independent of what your brain dictates that the decision you'll make.
Do you think this also works for epistemic beliefs?
Like what?
Like anything. Like you believe like water exists, or that the world was not
like just
created.
any belief. Yeah, I think you're determined to believe what you believe. I mean,
I
actually have an example I'd like to give if you'll entertain me for a
I
second.
definitely agree that you can't control what you believe.
Yeah, that's fine. So where I'm going, like in the compatibilistic sense, or were you just using compatibilism in that instance, but you're really a determinist? I can respond to both, but my argument's I don't want to set up a straw man if you don't believe it.
Well, it just depends on how you define it. I don't like the way that I think about compatibilism. I think it's a dichotomy between free will and determinism. I think that if you have a compatibilism, then it's no longer determinism. And I'm a determinist. I think that you have a cause that always leads to an effect, and that it can only lead to one effect. I don't think that there's a range of things that could be. I think that range of things, that list of possibilities, is broken down as our understanding of what the possibilities are. But only one thing can happen, and that one thing is always set to happen based on the antecedents and based on the causes and the effects, rather. Now, let me ask you a question, though.
Okay,
go ahead. Do you believe that? You said you're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that God intended for each of us specifically to exist the way that we do, like biologically?
Are you asking if he's like Calvinist or like Armenian or like what's the question?
I don't want to put a label on it just so that we can get the most honest answer. I mean biologically.
Yeah. So biologically, yes, I believe that God created us the way that He intended.
He always intended for like you to exist, specifically you, not just like somebody who happens to be born by your parent, and me to exist. So in order for one of us specifically to exist, a very specific sperm cell and very specific egg cell have to meet at the right moment under the right circumstances, and your experiences shape who you are, your personality, and everything. The things that you hear, the people that raised you, that affects your personality. Whether or not you suffered trauma greatly affects your personality and sometimes your mental capabilities. Mm-hmm. Now, my parents, in order to have me, that means that God would have determined the night and maybe even the position of which they did it. So He's orchestrating that. He would also need to orchestrate the fact that since my parents met at work, the company they work at had to have come into existence. So whoever made the company, he had to make sure that he succeeded in making that company. And not only that, but the maker of that company had to exist. So a very specific sperm and egg cell had to come into play. And this is the same for every single individual. The very specific cells have to meet. Because if it was a different sperm or a different egg by the same parents, you would just be one of your siblings. You would be a completely different person. I don't see any wiggle room for any free will at all under this paradigm.
Got you. I understand that. Now, two things. One, I do think that one could dodge this argument by saying there's a bit of an equivocation on you, because I think it's a little... Because it gets into the question of, are you your physical self or are you the soul? Because from a Christian perspective, we believe in souls. So to entertain this under my worldview, we have souls. That's already kind of conceded, and you would be your soul. That's who you are.
You'd be the soul. So the soul.
What's the evidence for? What's the evidence for souls?
In the Bible?
Oh no,
just in general. Like what's the evidence?
I'll give an argument for it.
A biblical argument, because I'm that's my specialty. That's where my education is.
I can give both. Honestly, it's just whatever you want. I was saying two things. That when you said from a Christian perspective, I was assuming we was talking it from inside of a Christian worldview. It's kind of weird to say God, because then I'm just well, under that paradigm, if the soul doesn't exist, then I would kind of agree with you, because you kind of begged the question. You've already assumed that people are physical, and I don't believe people can be free.
God could exist without the soul existing, potentially.
True, but are you arguing from Christianity's perspective or just broad theism?
I was arguing.
I'm an atheist, so
I get that. I'm saying when he gave the
determined everything. I'm saying if God determined everything, that's still determinism. Was kind of my point in a soundbite.
Oh, I get what you're saying. So one, there's this thing that I believe in called Molinism. That is that God possesses what is known as middle knowledge, right? So between free knowledge and natural knowledge, there's a logical place called middle knowledge. And that's where I believe God can possess knowledge of what a person would do in a certain situation, in
So
certain
he doesn't.
circumstance.
You don't believe that he perfectly knows the future. You don't believe in an all-knowing God.
No. Molinism believes in traffic now, I would be hit, right? Well, I didn't go out in the traffic. Maybe I would have got hit, maybe I don't. But God would know that, right? But then there's a place after that called natural knowledge. That is, he also knows what will actually take place in the real world, right?
And
within his middle knowledge.
But he doesn't know the perfect future. So like if he for example, if he made a prediction of the future and said, here's a prophecy from me and this is going to happen, he could potentially be wrong. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is God, in middle knowledge, God knows what you would do if he were to take, I would say, hands off, for example. If he would just let you be free. He knows what would take place.
Wait, what do you mean by let you be free? Are you suggesting that like God is puppeteering sometimes, and when he doesn't puppeteer, he still knows what you're gonna do? Kind of like when you steer the car with your steering wheel, you can take your hands off because you know you're gonna coast the right direction for a little while. So you're still doing what the car is still doing what you want it to do. So you're still driving it. You're just technically hands off. Is that kind of what it is?
No. So there's possible worlds in which God can determine things. But there's also possible worlds in which God doesn't determine things. Neither one of those worlds cause a contradiction or a logical contradiction, which is not possible. So I'm saying God takes hands off in the sense of I'm saying he doesn't determine what you would do. He sees. So that means in that world, what plays out, he's not in control of, in the sense that he's not determining it, right? So. But he's still sovereign over it because God can still use free creatures to bring out a great plan. So with your analogy, God can know what will freely happen and still work free creatures to bring about you, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
You
so
possessing middle knowledge.
If God knows, so you're saying God knows what will definitely happen with 100% certainty if he doesn't do things?
Yes, yeah. If he doesn't
so
do anything, he knows what will happen.
If God knows for a 100% fact that you're going to choose that chocolate milk from earlier, can you prove God wrong and choose the white milk instead?
See, this is interesting. I don't think that foreknowledge stands in causal relation. So what you're asking is, if God was to say, did he tell me this? Do I know this?
No. He just knows. Like he's using his free knowledge, as you described, to know what you're going to do. Since he's not intervening, he's like, he can do whatever he wants. But I do know with 100% certainty, since I'm God, that he's gonna pick that chocolate milk. Are you able to prove God wrong and pick the white milk, and then God spits milk out of his nose because he's surprised that he was wrong, or what?
No. And here, I think our concept of God would be different from mine. Seeing that God is outside of time, it wouldn't apply that way. Because it's already happened for him, right?
Right. Yeah. So time. Wait. I want. That's important. That's important. What you just said. You said time. He's outside of time. It's already happened for him. Time is a static for God. It's almost like It's almost like our universe, our temporal realm, is in a VHS tape, and he can sprawl out from the past to the future and look at the whole thing all at once, right?
Yeah. I want to qualify that with Sans creation.
If you have a tape, though, it has specific things that are determined to happen in that tape. Like at the end of the movie, you know that the Death Star gets spoiler alert, the Death Star gets blown up. If you haven't seen the movie from like 30 years ago, the Death Star does get blown up at the end of the movie. It's not possible for Luke Skywalker to make the decision to use the Force rather than work with his tech. It's determined. It's in the script. it happens, and
Well,
there's no changing that.
so two things. One, I do believe God is timeless sans creation. I want to preview that. Sans creation. But once creation has been created, he's now always in relation to time. So it'll always be time then. Two,
What does that even mean?
So okay, let's say God creates, right? This premise will always be true. God created at T. That's a temporal term. If that temporal term applies to God, then God is in time. Right? So if God is in time,
well, did God do anything before T?
no.
Right. So did God exist before T?
Yes.
Was he even thinking at all before T?
Time. So since God is omniscient, thoughts don't pass through God the same way they pass through us. So like how you have a thought like
God would be
so
like
thoughts are
a
all
knowledge
There's like
memory
nothing
bank.
being backed up. This is all just like conjecture bullshit, and around we go. Like,
right. These are just concepts of what I believe
yeah.
God is. Yep.
Well, there are a lot of presuppositional concepts.
Well, here, let me give you an argument then. Do you believe you have free will?
She doesn't.
I don't know if I don't know if I do or not.
Okay, so
I think I'm divided on it because I think that like my randomness cannot be explained by free will.
Cool, that's fine. That's fine. So here's a quick 3-premise syllogism just to kind of map this out.
But it's
right?
just boring. Like I'm just so bored by like all of this. Entertain me.
Okay, I mean you can address the premises. I don't know what else to do.
Make the syllogism fun. If there's proper nouns in there, make them funny ones, I guess.
Okay. Well, I don't know how to make them funny.
Like I'm just like I've already been like slapped in the face with all these Phil Bros dicks, and I'm just kind of like exhausted from it. Like getting dick slapped. Like, and I don't like that because I'm a lesbian.
I honestly don't know what to say. But here, yeah, okay. Premise one: if humanity does not possess a libertarian freedom to think, then humanity is never epistemically responsible. Premise 2: humanity is occasionally epistemically responsible. Therefore, humanity possesses libertarian freedom to think. Which premise do you disagree with?
You're asking me.
Are you talking to me?
Either one. It don't matter. Whoever wants to take it up.
I wasn't listening.
I'm
just so bored.
With, I think the second premise, you said that the second premise was, repeat it one more time because I think that was where I had a flag go up.
If humanity does not possess the libertarian freedom to think, then humanity is never epistemically responsible.
Oh, no, what was the third one then?
Therefore, humanity possesses the libertarian freedom. That's just the conclusion. So there's three.
You said that something happens occasionally. People like occasionally.
Humanity is occasionally. This is premise 2. Humanity is occasionally epistemically responsible.
Yeah, I disagree with that premise. Can you substantiate?
I'm just sick of all the Phil Bro jargon. Like this isn't like my like.
Got you.
Like I want to talk about scripture and like tell you why it's stupid.
Yeah, you're more than welcome to bring up any scripture that you would like, and I'll address it. But to get back to the libertarian freedom thing, though. So premise 2, to argue against premise 2 is to affirm it. That's to say that you are responsible for the knowledge that you have, occasionally at least, to argue against the premise of epistemic responsibility. So epistemic responsibility means that you are responsible for your beliefs, truth, and your thoughts, right? But if you're arguing but if you're saying I don't have I'm not responsible for what I believe and what I think, then how do you know that that's not true if you're not responsible for it?
I just don't know how I could be for the reasons that I laid out. But I think that we are getting a little bit into circles, and Redhead's about to fall asleep. Do you want to talk about scripture instead?
Yeah, that's fine. Y'all are more than welcome to bring up scripture.
So Redhead, you wanted to talk about scripture, so we'll let you tell us where we should go with this. I got all sorts of tabs here.
Where are you
I
on
probably have
biblical
on there.
inerrancy?
I'm sorry.
Is the Bible inerrant?
Is the Bible inerrant?
Yeah, like I'm just trying to get a feel for like where you're at, like theologically.
I
I mean, you
I
can
would
probably
say
do that by like telling me like what like your denomination is, like if you belong to a denomination,
Protestant,
like
Southern Baptist, but as a
okay,
Protestant, you're not really restricted to any belief. I mean, you can be a Christian and say that the Bible isn't inerrant.
that makes you like more on the Calvinist side of things, yeah.
No, Calvinism is to affirm tulip, total depravity, unconditional election, limited atonement, irresistible grace, and P, perseverance of the saints. That's what John Calvin would argue for. Well, I would argue not L, because he never pushed forward limited atonement. But no, it wouldn't make you a Calvinist. And then you can be a hyper Calvinist and affirm tulip, and that will make you a determinist. And I'll be in the camp with secular perspective. But I'm not. I'm a provisionist.
Oh, by the way, my name is Lobes. Just for this conversation, this is the name of the account, but I'm Lobes the Absurdist. That's my handle.
Lobes.
So when it comes to inerrancy, like where are you at with that? Is the Bible inerrant?
I would affirm that the Bible is inerrant, even if I couldn't square away every contradiction that is posted to me.
Okay. Do you know like are you aware of like how the Bible came together?
Well, it depends on what you mean by Bible, because you have the Old Testament,
Sure.
right, that came together before the New Testament. So what do you mean, the whole entire Bible, like all 66 books, or are you just saying the New Testament? Are you saying just the Gospels? What
I'm going to say the Bible that you believe in.
How did it come together?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I would say the Old Testament was already put together
because there are obviously 66 books, correct?
Right. So,
and they are all individual like manuscripts and things that got compiled into a bigger book that we know now today as the Bible.
Yep. Cool. I would say that.
And I'm just asking you, do you know the story behind that?
The whole 66? I don't know about the whole 66, but I don't know. Like, how would you say that the story went? You can try to enlighten me. And I'll see if I have any pushback from any scholars.
I would say that the Bible, that the Christian Bible that we like know, like didn't get compiled till the like 4th century.
Why do you believe that?
Because that's when it happened, Council of Trent.
Council of Trent
third,
is
fourth,
when
third, fourth century. Like you got the Bible and like Council of Hippo, like all the councils. It wasn't until like the Roman Empire like took over Christianity, the Bible like came together.
What was the first Bible that was like that contained the 66? What year was that?
I want to say that's the Syntacticus Bible. I'm like butchering that name right now.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So okay. So I'm assuming that your argument is that it was put together, or was it put together at that time, or it was?
That's the thing. Is like a lot of these things got compiled together. Like they weren't like over period of time. Like when Christianity first formed, they had like didn't have like any of like these books weren't all together. Like Luke was sometimes separate. A lot of times like Matthew was separate. I'm just curious to know like what your knowledge is in that regard. To me, that's important because it gives like kind of comes down to like how is this going to be authoritative in my life?
Yeah. So.
Because that's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you do with the Bible. That's what you do with the New Testament. It's you're handing over your authority to these people that decided to put these things together and put these books together. And I'm just curious to know, like, I'm just curious to know if you know that process and like and how you feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know the full process in details. What I can affirm is that the church fathers.
You just accepted this book, like it's just it's in the bookstore and like your congregation says this is the word of God, and you just like yes, Daddy, give me the word of God.
No, you don't have to accept the. Once again, like I said, someone can not believe that the Bible is divinely inspired or I'm sorry. One can still affirm that the Bible's not inspired or authoritative fully in their life, and still fully affirm that Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead. So I don't see how it follows from what you're arguing. It's a non sequitur. But I get.
It's not. I don't think it's a non sequitur because like we don't know like the authors of the four gospels. I feel like a lot of the gospels contradict each other's claims. You can see that in a lot of major theological principles that the Catholic Church eventually, formed into the canon, like at like the Nicene Creed. Like, you have the Nicene Creed, correct? Do you know about the Nicene Council?
Yeah, I affirm the Nicene Creed. But
what do you know about the Council of Nicaea? You know anything about that? Like what it was?
Like what do you want me to like know about it? Like what do you like the whole?
That's where
the whole
Constantine,
council?
like all of the bishops and and spiritual like leaders within the church at the time came together.
Yeah,
they decided all this stuff.
But once again, I'm a Protestant, so this would be more. This would be more bearing on it.
But Protestantism did not exist then. It did not exist then. That didn't come until much later.
What didn't exist?
Being Protestant, like Protestant wasn't a thing back then. Like all you did have was like the Catholic, and then eventually like separated into like either Eastern Orthodox.
I think you're equivocating on the word Catholic. Catholic just means the one true church. So
Roman Catholic, like I'm telling you, like the Roman Catholics, like that's like how everything got started with Constantine.
Right. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. Even if it started with Constantine, there was no need for a reformation because there was nothing that they did that contradicted scripture. It's when they tried to involve the papacy, that's where we said, all right, we're out. Right? And they tried to make a pope authoritative over our lives.
Well, I mean, we can go into that. Like Protestant stuff didn't really start until Luther comes along.
I do have a question, Hampton. You did so you said yes to the question. Do you believe the Bible is inherent or inerrant?
I believe it.
But you also don't know how it was compiled. So why do you believe it's inherent? What's your rationale for determining it's inerrant?
Yeah. So my rationale from determining it's inerrant is that I believe that Christ is God. Right. I believe he claims
that didn't come like that form of Christology didn't come around until much later, and that's heavily relied on the Donine Thunderbolt. It's kind of like the Gospel of John is kind of its own thing.
Yeah, I get you with John and scholarship. I would argue,
but yeah, a lot of that stuff didn't come along till much later. As far as the divinity of Jesus.
Yeah, well, I would argue for one, Paul was writing during that time before John. So, and he holds the earliest writing, as to my knowledge, that is Philippians.
Right, exactly. It's very curious that he doesn't even mention like Paul talks a lot about if I'm gonna grant you this is just me granting you conservative dating and authorship to Paul, because I have a lot of objections when it comes to that topic, but I can grant that. My problem is that Paul never quotes Jesus other than a few basic things, but you never hear Paul never talks about Jesus' miracles. He never talks anything like that. You think he would use even his teachings, the parables and stuff, which didn't come much later. And then we have from these anonymous gospel authors, because we do not know who wrote these things. They just got attributed to these names.
Yeah. So because I'm not. Even if I was to agree that there are anonymous authors, I still don't think that really hurts the point that I'm making. The point is that I believe that Christ is God once again, and I believe that was taught early in Philippians.
Real
Paul,
quick,
our YouTube stream just stopped.
Yeah, hold that thought for a second. Tahir,
okay.
Will you please tell Joyful about that? He's holding it. I don't know about the Deconstruction Junction stream, but as far as on TSP, Joyful's the one streaming that. Can you just let him know? Thank you. All right, sorry, Hampton. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah. So from Philippians, I think Philippians would be one of the earliest books. I don't know if this is the earliest, but it's one of the
First
earliest.
Thessalonians is the earliest.
Okay,
Or
what
second,
date? What is
yeah.
the dating for Philippians?
For Philippians, I want to say that like maybe like conservative scholarship would put that in like the 50s
Dating.
and
Where are you getting that
60s.
from? For
My brain, because I went to school for this.
okay.
Like I guess like all my theological textbooks and stuff that I consumed when I was a Christian and going to school for this.
Yeah, got you. I was just.
So
I was
I mean,
wondering.
I'm granting like your like your
Yeah, but
sides
the whole
like
point
up
is, it's
like
just like
thing, and when I'm dating these things,
yeah,
I would
I
put a
understand
much
that.
later dating on a lot of these things because we don't have like the earliest manuscripts we have. Like there's all kinds of like manuscript like shenanigans. I just like to say that there's lots of shenanigans when it comes to like authorship and dating of this stuff. I would place it like maybe like 144, 145, and maybe even later with like 185.
Got you. I don't see any scholar that would date it that late.
Well, that's just based on my like concept. They date it back, but they use other means and other like rationality to do that. Because they do a lot of like internal critiques of the text to like try to glean historical tidbits, as it were, to piece together this like a picture that like, okay, they didn't know about this or they didn't mention this, therefore it probably is like around that. Like they use that type of like rationalization for as far as their dating methods.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the point I'm making, I just get to the point here. Who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped. This is Philippians chapter 2, verse 6. So I'm arguing that Paul had a high Christology for Christ in a very early time period for which he was writing. So I do think that there was a high Christology from that time period that dates back to that century. Two, though, my argument hinges on the fact that I do believe Christ is God. So
right, and then you glean that from your interpretation of the Gospel of John. Like I know all the verses you're gonna quote like in the beginning was the Word, and Word was God, and Word was with God, and
here's
right?
like, it sounds
not necessarily.
Like you believe that Christ is
quote,
God. You believe that Christ is God because it says so in the Bible, and you believe the Bible is inerrant because it says that, like, it says so in the Bible. Basically, it sounds like you're using the Bible to reaffirm your belief in Christ, which comes from the Bible itself. It feels like this big circular reasoning.
No, because you can presuppose. You can just take so when you go to the Bible and you just take about the four Gospels, you can presuppose that they're not authoritative and it's not from God. And you just take them as regular letters and just evaluate them that way.
I don't take them like hardly at all because they all contradict each other. Like in terms of like, I mean, I love to pick on Jesus' birth narrative. This is just like a perfect example, but like they all like contradict each other.
Yeah, even because
in the sense there's like because in Luke reports that Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius, and then you have Matthew claiming that Jesus was born during Herod the Great.
Herod the Great.
But the problem with that though is that Herod the Great, he died in 4 BCE, and then the census of Quirinius was like 10 years later after that. So like how the hell is like Jesus being born?
Once again, that's what I'm saying. You can presuppose that it's not authoritative, right? So letters can contradict even if they're not from God. That's
I think that's a pretty big fucking contradiction.
Yeah.
I mean that's not just we observed like two different things. Like I know Christians love to do the apologetic of like, oh well, if people would have two different perspectives of like the same car accident. And it's just like, how do you have like the same perspective like when you're 10 years fucking apart from each other?
Right.
Like that's a contradiction.
I also I think it's a little bit loaded to say presuppose that it isn't inerrant or authoritative, right? It's to say that you presuppose it's not authoritative, because really what we're doing is we're not saying that it's we're not presupposing that. That makes it sound like it's a fallacy or something. We're just trying to not presuppose that it is, because that seems like what you're doing. It's presupposing that it's authoritative. When I think you should have a good methodology of determining that it's authoritative.
Right. So
And the next thing that I would go on is that the New Testament authors are big goofs when it comes to interpreting the Old Testament. They do all these typological like running on the same thread. Like
once
they
again,
use Isaiah 7:14 to justify Jesus's virgin birth, but like the context of that Isaiah passage is not talking about any sort of, it's not a messianic like.
Yeah, one can still concede that, and like once again, like I said, one can still.
But you just said that you affirm the Nicene Creed, and that's a big part of the Nicene Creed.
What is a big part of the Nicene Creed?
That Jesus was born of a virgin.
Yeah, I agree that Jesus was born of a virgin. Why would that be a problem?
Because that's what I'm picking on right now. I'm saying he wasn't. I'm saying it's bullshit.
Okay, that's fine. You can believe that.
I'm showing you that it's bullshit.
How?
I'm showing you right now with Isaiah.
What does Isaiah say?
Isaiah 7:14.
What does it say?
Christians will use that as like the reason for that is the Matthew was quoting from the Septuagint, and the word there in the Septuagint is Parthenos.
Wait, three other letters.
That's for virgin. I'm hold on a second. I'm having problem with the word virgin in the text because it doesn't exist in the Hebrew text. It's Alma. In the original Hebrew, it's Alma. And Bethula is virgin.
How many gospels affirm that there was a virgin birth?
I would say I think it's Luke and Matthew, and I don't think Mark does.
Mark doesn't affirm a virgin birth? Let me see. Give me a second. I got you. I'll see.
I know there's only a birth narrative in 2 of them. I don't know.
Yeah, it's only Matthew and Luke. Okay. But here's the thing. That's the other thing. When you study the Gospels and how it evolved, like Luke and Matthew are obviously copying off of Mark. Like there's like whole sections in Matthew that is just taken from Mark. And so to me, it's just like throws a bunch of shade on the concept that these are eyewitnesses and eyewitness accounts. And that's just not the case.
Yeah. One can still borrow.
So then the only thing you have left is to lean on Paul, and you can go into 1 Corinthians 15 and do the whole
that's a huge leap to go from they copy from one another, therefore all you can do is lean on Paul. That's a huge leap. I just don't think that follows.
I mean to me that is the case with the Gospels, because you just once it damages their credibility, what the fuck, what else do you have?
Copying doesn't damage anyone's credibility. Just because you borrow some things from another narrative that you believe, it doesn't make the whole story.
I think it demonstrates. I think it casts a lot of shade on the credibility of them.
Why?
Because they're just borrowing from Mark. If they were eyewitnesses, why would they need to lean so heavily on Mark's account?
And Paul feels like he's totally unjustified. He's out of left field. I don't know why you would take his. It's like it's just some random guy who would have been literate at the time saying some stuff that is contrary to what Jesus even said. I don't know why you would give Paul a second thought.
What did Paul say that was contrary to what Jesus said?
Well, he was by faith alone, and Jesus was saying that you have to keep the law.
Yeah, keep the law for what?
He's saying that
Jesus clearly says, Jesus is pro-law.
Yeah, Christians are pro-law. Yeah, Christians are pro-law. We just don't think the law gets you into heaven. That's the whole thing. So
you're pro-law. You think the law is good? Is that it?
And I get y'all's arguments against the gospel. Don't get me wrong. I hear them and I get them.
That's the thing. That's where
it's just the conclusions you're drawing from those arguments. Like you said, Matthew claims that from Isaiah.
Because that's the claim. You're saying that they're eyewitnesses.
But Luke also claims
you're saying that they're eyewitnesses.
And he says nothing about Isaiah. So you can still get the virgin birth from Luke and just deny Matthew's
Luke's
Isaiah passage.
obviously up his ass too. He's just borrowing from what
But
he heard from other people.
Hampton, my issue with this virgin birth thing though is that like if somebody told me that someone was born of a virgin, I would be like, well, the fact that they gave birth is actually the proof that they're not a virgin. That's the proof. If somebody gave birth and said, yeah, but I'm a virgin, you would laugh in their fucking face. You know that they're not a virgin. They gave birth. So it would take some extraordinary evidence to prove that this extraordinary claim to be true.
Right. I think they did get extraordinary evidence. Jesus turned water
Like
into wine. Jesus turned water into wine. Jesus rose Lazarus from the dead.
These are just what you can't list.
These are more
that are in the
claims.
Bible.
Yeah, that's the thing.
These
It's
are-
like that's
yeah.
why that's
Okay,
this is why here's the thing. Why would I accept those claims to be credible when these guys can't even fucking get details about Jesus's birth correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Like that's the question. That's the objection. Like makes me
Hampton,
not trust it.
Right.
Hampton, like if we're going to use the own narrative as evidence for itself, if I had a story where if I told you that my sister is a virgin but she's giving birth, you'd be like, yeah, right. But then in that same story, I said, yeah, but she's got a pregnancy button that she pushes and it's a magical button. It's like, that's the proof because I told you this other magical thing that she did. It somehow is credible. Like listing that he did water to wine or he did this or he did that. It's all in the same narrative. It's like if you try to use Harry Potter to prove Harry Potter, right?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what y'all are saying. I get it. What I'm saying is the contradictions doesn't fall on his death, burial, and resurrection.
Yes,
That's
it
what I'm
does.
saying.
All the accounts are different. The crucifixion accounts are different, and especially in very egregious details too.
Okay,
in certain accounts,
let me ask you a question.
No, let me finish.
Which gospel,
certain accounts.
No, because your contradiction isn't going to hold weight against what I'm asking. I'm asking, show me a contradiction where one of the gospels either deny the death, burial, or resurrection. If those
denied it.
Yes, denied it outright. I mean, contradict, like where Luke says Jesus died and Matthew says he did not die. Luke says Jesus rose and John says
Mark.
he's still in the grave.
Here's the thing: is like if they're copying from Mark, correct?
Yes.
There is no resurrection account in Mark.
There's no resurrection account.
It's just the tomb was empty. That's how it ends. And then the passage that does mention it in Mark is a later.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, that's a long ending of Mark. And I don't know why you would want to add that anyway. Because do you like to pick up snakes and like drink poison and shit?
But that doesn't contradict.
Is that like a part of your theology when you drink poison and pick up deadly snakes? Like that seemed like a good.
No. That doesn't. But once again, remember what my question was. Draw a contradiction. So Mark didn't deny a resurrection. Mark leaves this book open.
Mark doesn't even say anything about a resurrection.
Right, but he says something about the death, burial.
He denies that Stewie caused the Big Bang and Family Guy. He doesn't say anything about it, so it doesn't mean that he affirms it.
And that's what makes it even more suspect. Because
but he doesn't mention Stewie. What he does mention is an empty tomb. So that analogy doesn't.
Here's the claim.
Parallel. It's not analogous at all. Go ahead.
So you have like Matthew and you have Luke like adding this stuff, and that's probably because they were getting pushed back. These are apologetics. Like they're adding in addition to Mark because it started getting pushed back later on down the road. You can just see the evolution of it, of like based on what's going on during those times. These are clear manipulations of the culture of the day in terms of trying to sell this narrative of Jesus.
It's an interpolation.
And they will do anything to do it. Irenaeus said that like they'll fucking lie. They don't give a fuck about like as long as it wins souls for Jesus, they're willing to lie.
Okay, so one,
and that was like that's like at the end of like the like 2nd century, Christian theologian. Like him and Marcion were like they hated each other.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. That has no bearing on what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
Does that mean I win?
I don't even know what you're talking about, so I can't address.
So I win.
You win what?
I just win. I win.
Yeah, if you want to claim a victory of just You said more words than I did. Yeah, that's what you're winning in. So my argument was that
I don't think I've said
gospel do
as
not.
like nearly as many words as you have. That is an understatement.
I don't think you have, but the gospel,
Do you
gospels
think
do
that's
not
problematic
contradict
at all?
on the burial, the death, burial, and resurrection. That was my argument, right? That's what I
Right,
said.
but like
You
that's the
said
thing. It's like, and
y'all agree with
I'm
me.
raising that objection though. Like
It's
I'm
seeming that
saying,
y'all
like
agree with me
because
the
I'm
Bible.
casting doubt. I'm casting doubt on those accounts that they're just
You can
later
cast doubt,
adds.
but my question still remains: do they contradict on the death, burial, and resurrection? Because you keep saying, well, they contradict, and I'm saying, well, do they contradict on the death,
Right.
burial, and
Redhead.
resurrection?
So Elizabeth, do you remember the reference as to when the crucifixion took place?
That's that's when you get into the timings of it. Like I forget. It's kind of like a big. I know they all like contradict each other. I know like I want to say Luke like has him at a certain time, and Matthew's like
I think
all
it's
their
Matthew and
timing is
Luke.
all their timings do not like mesh with each other in terms of like the reality of when things were happening with Jesus.
Anyone in the
Like
chat have the
at one
references
point,
for
I think
the
one point
time
Jesus
of
is
the?
being crucified in the morning at like 9 or something like that.
Right, but
And then
do they contradict in whether he was crucified or not? Like that's like saying one said that he got in a car wreck in the AM, and one said he got in a
right.
car wreck in
Well,
the
under
PM.
this paradigm
And
of
then you
like
say from
argument
that
that like
conclusion, a car wreck didn't happen at all.
I'm granting you like I'm moving within conservative scholarship right now. So like I'm granting you that Jesus was this person and maybe they were resurrected. Like just
So,
for the sake of the
Hampton,
discussion.
Hampton, if you saw a car wreck and or you didn't see it, you're hearing from 4 alleged witnesses of the car wreck, and one person said, yeah, man, the car was sideswiped on the left side and it did a tailspin, and then another person says it had flipped over on the back, and another one said, yeah, it did like 3 flips, not just one, and then the fourth person said, yeah, some of that happened, but there was also zombies that were coming around, and the zombies were everywhere. I mean,
That
would
zombie
you
thing's
take them
wild.
seriously?
Like, what do you think about that? The zombies? Like, don't you think that would be something that would be like reported by Josephus?
All 4 of the car wreck happens, but one person says there was zombies involved.
Yeah.
Another thing
So
that casts doubt on their
tell you,
credibility
I
is the
wouldn't-
whole thing of
right,
the
I
Herod,
wouldn't
like
know-
the Herod the Great, like slaughtering children. Like in Matthew, like that account, like wasn't recorded anywhere in history.
Got
Like
you.
the Gospels,
Right.
the Gospels are the only ones that say that happened.
Right.
And I think that would be kind of like a huge, like, the genocide of infants. Like, I feel like that would be something that would be notable, especially like when Romans were around. It's not like this was just isolated incident.
Right,
Like,
and also
the
many people
Romans weren't around to witness it. Like, that's, come on.
Gotcha. So, and from this, to make this analogous, you would have to also say that it also birthed one of the biggest world's religion ever, right? Which is Christianity. From that story. 2, you would also have to conclude that there was a guy.
I would say that that's the result of a Roman Empire. Like, if Constantine had not picked up Christianity, we would not be seeing it today. It would have died out.
Sure, you can make that argument, but that's a claim.
I am making that argument.
You have to give evidence for that.
And Hampton, let's be clear. Like, this is an ad populum fallacy anyway.
This
because
is
it has a big popular. Like, if there was a different religion that was more popular than Christianity, would it make that religion true just because there was
not that,
11 people instead of 10?
You're failing to grasp my argument. My argument isn't a lot of people believe it, therefore it's true. What I'm saying is the car wreck is the explanation for for the belief in it. That's what I'm saying, right? So let's say a natural bystander, a group of those people do come to believe that the wreck actually happened. Even if they say, well, certain people say, I don't believe the zombies part. Another person say, well, I don't believe the 3 tailspin part. But they all affirm, but there was definitely a car wreck, buddy. I don't know about the zombies. That could have been apocalyptic literature.
But like, this would be people being convinced of other people's hearsay is the problem. And you can definitely have it tailspin into a big thing over a long period of time. this happens with lots of religions. Something will happen and get exaggerated and mystified, and some things will not happen, but somebody will come up with a story and tell it to people, and some people think it's real and true, and it gets passed down that way. And they can, I mean, this is just
and to be clear, if this was a court of law, if this was like a court of law, if like the Gospels were on trial, all this evidence would just get like that you're like of the Gospels will get thrown out easy.
I can assure
like if it was if it was prosecuting it.
If the anonymous
and to be clear too, the
writers,
Gospels are on trial like right now with us.
They are. And Ashley made a really good point that a car wreck is not a supernatural claim. Like a supernatural claim would need far more evidence than just there was allegedly a bunch of people that witnessed it.
Right. That's why I say that. Well, I didn't give
Hang
you
on,
a car
we
wreck
just got a galaxy from Don. Thank you, Don. You are very much helping the secular perspective, and that was very generous of you. We really appreciate you. Everybody W's for Don. That was very nice of you.
Yeah, I don't believe that the car wreck is a supernatural claim either. That wasn't the point of the analogy, and I didn't bring up the analogy in the first place either. Y'all, you brought up the car analogy. I was just saying, going with your analogy from the car wreck.
No, you brought up a car thing, and then I made a more elaborate example.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did bring up the car first. I'm sorry. So, and then you added on the 3 cars written and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yes, but what one would not conclude from that car wreck is that it did not happen whatsoever. That's what I'm saying. So from the Gospels, even though one says he's crucified at this time, one would say this crucified at that time, one would say this was 2 people at the grave.
Well, I would be skeptical.
Right.
But
like one says that Jesus rode 2 donkeys. Like, come on.
Right, but that, once again, there's 3 facts that all 4 narratives agree with. That is, Jesus was buried, right? Jesus was crucified, and the grave was empty. All 4 Gospels agree with that claim, right? And I'm saying,
but they copy off of each other.
They copy off of each other.
And they weren't from eyewitnesses.
Well, that's not true. Mark does not copy from Luke or from Matthew.
Of course he does, because they. Of course, because it's the earliest manuscript. They copied off of Mark. They copied off of Mark.
Then you have to fix your terminology and say only Matthew and Luke copy. And it's interesting that you would say they copy from each other.
They 100% did.
But then contradict each other. That's kind of weird.
Exactly. That's because they weren't. They aren't identical because they were responding to each. Like one's has different audiences. Like for Matthew, it's very much like a Jewish audience that they're like using to like Matthew to just, like it's an apologetic to the Jews.
Right. Well, my whole belief is that they all affirm those 3 claims, and even from a historical perspective, I would say there's no other better explanation for those 3 claims that are compiled in the gospel. That is the burial, death, and the empty grave that sparked the movement.
You can think of no better explanation than real
that's why
magic.
That's why I was saying earlier. You have to you can't rely on the Gospels at all in terms of that claim. That claim just gets broken down in 1 Corinthians 15.
What do you mean? How does it get broke down?
Let's pull it up.
1 Corinthians 15:3-5 says Christ died, he was buried, he was raised, and he appeared.
Yeah, that's it.
How's it get broke down?
That's what I mean when I say it's like what you're talking about Jesus. Like Paul's claim there, like the main claim that you're saying, like that gets broken down in 1 Corinthians 15.
What's your point? Like, what are you there for? What?
You're just relying on Paul, who never.
I'm not. The Gospels confirm that he died, he was buried, and the grave was empty. And 3 of the Gospels say he was raised. So, I don't see how. I'm just
and that came before the Gospels were written. So again.
Corinthians?
1 Corinthians, yes.
Yeah, it was because it's believed to be an oral creed that dates back to like the 36 AD. So it was very early that people believed that.
That claim is believed. That claim is suggested. That is also just all conjecture.
Right.
It is.
But
And do you realize that there were a lot of people that were allegedly risen from the dead back in that time? People are very superstitious today with our modern understanding of science. They were leaps and bounds, even if you can believe it, even more superstitious back then, 2,000 years ago, than we are now. I know it's insane to think that anybody could be more superstitious than a 21st century human being, but they were like pretty much 100% superstitious back then. The layman's were, at least. It's easy to convince somebody who's very superstitious of magical crazy shit, especially when it's a common thing to hear that somebody was risen from the dead.
I hear you, but I'm saying just because a lot of people claim to that and then had been risen from the grave is not analogous to my point, because one, we have writings on it. Two, you have
writings on many of them,
like writings from the second and third century. Like a lot of it doesn't get.
And the guy who wrote on it was a person who persecuted Christians, right?
Why is writings of it enough to prove a
I'm not
miracle?
saying. Well, first you need to know so you would need writings if it's going back to that time period, because if you're just saying people did that in that time period also, but there's no record of it, how do you know that? How do you know that claim?
I mean, writings is not nothing, but it's not nearly enough.
I never said it was enough. I said first you would need
all
writings.
You have, though.
Right?
All you
that's
have
not all
writings.
That's not all we have.
What do you have?
We also have oral creeds, oral tradition that came down. Right?
That's worse. That's worse than writings.
How's that worse?
Oral tradition that is just like I said, it's all conjecture. Like at that point,
do you realize how much drift happens with oral traditions? They drift like crazy when you don't write things down.
Can you give me any historical scholar that says that the oral tradition on 1 Corinthians drifted? Because the scholars I'm looking at,
that's just what happens with oral traditions.
Right, but
I mean,
even
if you've ever played telephone, you have 10
people.
You have 10 people line up, and they say a 5-word phrase, and by the time you get to 10 people within the span of less than 30 seconds, it's completely different than how it started.
I get you, but I'm saying, is that the case for the birth narrative? You can't take holistic statistics and apply it to an individual.
Okay. Well, even if tradition, or even, let's say oral tradition's better than writings, if that's what you hold, I think that they're both still not enough. Oral tradition and writings are not enough to get me to
what would
believe
be
in
enough?
Necromancy.
What if in the case of the Gospels, what would be enough?
In the case of I would have to probably have.
We don't know the authors of the Gospels. Like that's what I'm saying.
If we could replicate,
because they're not
replicate. If we could replicate necromancy and show how necromancy is possible. If we could show how necromancy is possible, then it would be a lot
better
easier
evidence
to
than what we have. It would be better evidence, like what you just asked me. It would be better evidence than what we actually have.
I get you, but I'm asking. I didn't ask that though. Respectfully, I asked, would you believe if it was firsthand accounts?
Would I believe if it was firsthand accounts?
No. Okay. So what?
Not necessarily.
What would you need? That's what I'm asking. What do you need? What are you looking for?
I would need to be convinced that what is being claimed is even reasonable. If I saw an eyewitness of my bank transforming into a donut and being eaten by a hippopotamus wearing pink underwear that turned into a jet plane and flew away, and I had 500 actual eyewitnesses of the thing, I'd be like, somebody drugged your drink. That's what happened. That shit did not happen. You know what I mean? Like, that did not happen. You just described something completely fucking impossible. I don't believe in necromancy. I don't think necromancy is real. Saying that there was like 4 or 5 people that might have seen it and that wrote it down, it's like so bad.
So what you just said is, to convince me, I would need someone to convince me.
Right. Are you convinced? Okay, how about this? Are you convinced that Nero? Are you convinced that Nero was resurrected?
Am I convinced that what?
Yeah, Nero. That's like a claim in antiquity that Nero was resurrected. Because there's tons of like resurrection accounts from other places, and the evidence and the claims are the fucking same as the Gospels.
Someone was
So
going
how
around
do you
persecuting.
substantiate?
Wait,
So how do
wait,
you
hold on.
substantiate that?
I'm asking you a question about Nero. Was someone going around persecuting people who believed that Nero raised from the dead, and then had a spirit?
So
I didn't mute.
so
I didn't do anything.
one of our
You're muted.
mods has one of our mods muted you. So the thing about the resurrected Nero is people went around and voluntarily they lost their lives because of this resurrected Nero. He started an uprising, and people, because there was an impersonator, but they saw this person, they saw him in the face, they believed he was the resurrected Nero because I guess he looked enough like him or something, and they believed him, and he had an army, and he tried to overthrow the government with that army, and people died for their belief that Nero was resurrected.
Yeah, got you. What accounts do you have on this?
I believe that's like, I want to say like Josephus touched on that a little bit.
Josephus touched on that?
Yeah, I want to
I know
say
this
so.
isn't. I know it's not a disputed thing.
Yeah, Pliny. I think it was either Pliny or
Nero resurrection.
This isn't really disputed.
Like who reports that?
Fair enough if you don't think it happened, but this is something that I've always heard is a very common thing.
What I'm trying to do is trying to see.
It's just special pleading to miracles that just like.
No, I'm just trying to find the one-to-one correlate, because what's true about the gospel.
That is one-to-one, because they're supernatural claims.
Yeah, well,
supernatural claims of eyewitnesses.
Just because two people make supernatural claims, that doesn't therefore
yes, it's a Tacitus. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Tacitus.
Now these people
that's
were
in Tacitus Annals.
Tacitus,
these people
about
were
this?
bamboozled by an imposter, right? So like they were tricked.
Does anybody else write about this? It's just Tacitus?
It could be, yeah.
Okay, so that's one to at least 5 writers in the Bible.
Well, we don't know, because the authors never, like, we don't know who wrote
even
them.
if they're anonymous, even if you want to say
they could have been written by the same. They could have been written by the same guy.
Two, you still have Paul, who was a person who was going around killing, unaliving Christians at that time period, and then became a believer. So do you have anyone?
I don't really trust what Paul.
We have zero contemporary evidence, and I know like Paul makes the claim that like there was all these like hundreds and hundreds of people that witnessed it, like 500 witnesses, but like we don't know who they are.
He doesn't cite a source.
Right, I'm not
he doesn't
saying,
cite any sources. There's nobody else. There's nothing. There's no
I didn't make
other
that claim,
contemporary
though.
evidence.
That's not what what your original argument was. It's just like Nero. I'm challenging that point. So all I'm pointing out is.
We don't have to use Nero. There's other resurrection accounts.
Okay, then bring them
all over the
We don't even need it to be a real resurrection. As long as this is technically possible, then it could be technically possible that the resurrection of Jesus isn't reasonable. Like it is more realistic to believe that if there was a resurrection that was witnessed, if we even grant it that far, it would make more sense to me that it was an imposter, just like the Nero story. Whether the Nero story is true or not, it's an interesting story, and that's definitely a possibility of something that could have actually happened. But if Jesus resurrected and was believed to have resurrected, it's more reasonable to me to think that it was an imposter, especially when you get him revealing to people within the Gospels who don't even recognize him at first. They think he's a farmer or something. They see him face to face, and Thomas is like, let me see the wounds, and somehow he was able to show the wounds.
And touch him,
this could
and then
still
it says
be
God, yeah.
like they don't even recognize him, and they spent so much time with him.
Well,
that makes me think that's evidence that it was an imposter, if I even grant it to that degree.
You're confusing 2 narratives. You're confusing where Mary didn't recognize him with.
That was one of the ones I was listing. That was
where
one.
Did the disciples not recognize him in the house where he touched his wounds? He knew that was Jesus. He just didn't believe he was.
You wanted more accounts, so Dionysus, and how about Asclepius?
I'm sorry.
Dionysus and Asclepius. Blah, blah.
Those are 2.
Asclepius. Those are 2 accounts with resurrection, like narratives.
Yes, 2 accounts.
I'm just saying, like, they're just 2 examples. You asked me to come up with them.
No, I was specifically asking about Nero. How many people have written on Nero's resurrection, and all you listed was Tacitus. Now you move to Dionysius and who?
And it's Asclepius.
Asclepius. What two writers wrote on this?
Those are just like accounts from antiquity, like from other
Hampton,
sources.
the point.
It doesn't matter.
The point is
It doesn't
people
matter.
will
The
write
point
about
is
them.
that these were claims in history. These are still claims in history. Who cares about the authorship? You can't even claim authorship yourself because we don't know who wrote the 4 fucking gospels.
Right,
Like I don't trust any.
Like
of
you
the
don't
other
even know who wrote
stories.
them.
Right,
So
they're
how
all
can you even make
attributed-
that claim?
But they're
Some
attributed to
random
Matthew, Mark,
person
Luke, and
recorded
John,
this and copied from other people. Like that's
nobody
dumb.
challenges that. So it was attributed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and nobody.
I'm challenging you. I'm telling you,
you're
you're backing me in the corner, saying like, "Hey, I don't have sources. You don't have sources."
No,
I told you that you only have Paul and 1 Corinthians 15. That's fucking it. That's all you have.
I'm asking. Look, first of all, my question was, who claims to at least wrote these things? I'm not saying that therefore they really wrote it. I'm just asking who
gives a
cited?
fuck?
Who cited? Well, because it matters.
It doesn't. It literally
it doesn't
even
matter because you don't have any sources either.
Then it's not correlative. It's not. It doesn't correlate
it
to mine.
is because the point is these are claims of resurrection.
If you wanna know, like you can read on this stuff. Like I mean, you can do your homework to find out all these things. What I'm claiming, you're getting to
people were resurrecting. We are not saying that these are real resurrections. We're saying that there were claims of resurrections, and we have proven that those claims exist. Like just by saying they exist is proof
they're
that
in
they
antiquity.
exist because it
Yes,
just claims.
There's tons of resurrection accounts and claims. That does not mean they're true.
Like Hampton,
you can't special plead.
Hampton,
You're special pleading this miracle. Do you not see that?
Right.
I've got an eyewitness for you of a resurrection, right? So my mom was dead for 5 weeks and she resurrected right before my eyes, and there was 600,000 people there. So I'm an eyewitness myself. Don't you believe me?
Well, no, because you're not going out and preaching that. 2, you're not willing to.
I am. I'm on a public forum. There's 71 people in here on TikTok and more on YouTube.
Okay. Right. One. All right. Is there anyone else outside of you who wrote on these things, even anonymously? So it's not correlated.
Oh yeah, there's tons of them.
Who?
Oh, they were anonymous.
Right. So who do they claim to be? Is there anybody? There are no writers?
They claim to be eyewitnesses. They claim to be eyewitnesses, but they're anonymous.
Where are the writings?
Oh, they're around. We're still trying to find some more of them. We haven't dated any of them to the actual time, but
where are the ones
where
are the ones that you are referencing?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm an eyewitness myself. Isn't that better?
It does matter because for it to be correlative to what I'm saying, that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. But hold on, 40 seconds.
No.
There's a lot of just first century sources, though.
Wait a second.
No, my evidence is better because I am an eyewitness. Wait, hang on. We got somebody in the comments that they were there. John was there. John's literally an eyewitness. He saw my mom come back to life, and there was this big glowing light.
Right, but where's the writings? I'm not asking for people who are saying this happened. I'm asking for where's the writing? Where's the paper? The 4
Here, let me just grab a pen. I'll write it down for you if that's what you want.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. While he's doing that, give me like 40 seconds to wrap this up because I gotta hop down here soon. I'm on 2%. One, thank y'all for having me up here. For one,
you're welcome.
I really appreciate.
You're only on 2% God too.
I know. I'm trying to quickly say it. I'm trying to quickly say this. I'm trying to say I appreciate.
That proves
yeah. I want to end this conversation by saying
Buddy C, our moderator, has removed you. Buddy C was the one who was muting you too. If you got beef with the mutes, it was from our mod. By the way, our mods reserve the right to mute as long as they're not being majorly abusive with that stuff. We don't mind when they take the liberty, okay? But yeah, you guys see the point, right? A claim of something that's insane needs insanely good evidence. And I mean, he wanted writings. Yeah, you got eyewitnesses, but what about the writings? I mean, aren't the writings he's referencing for Christ's resurrection, aren't they supposed to be good because they were from eyewitnesses allegedly? What if they weren't from eyewitnesses? He wants writings over eyewitnesses. Praise Lobes' mom. Yeah, my mom. My mom's a Christian, by the way. Fun fact.
I just think that there's a lot of special pleading going on with when it comes to the Gospels. Like, you know what I'm saying? But when it comes to other people's like resurrection accounts, they're very dismissive.
Yeah.
The claim is the same.
there has to be so much evidence for any other resurrection, but like four
There really
people
isn't
might
that
have
much
seen it.
evidence
That's good
at
enough
all.
for me when it comes to Jesus. Let me see if
And
this
it falls
person's
apart. It all falls apart in the text too. Like once you start seeing all these problems when you like study like textual criticism, like it is like there's tons of problems. There are just it mounts up. And then you couple that with all the contradictions and just, Jesus not fulfilling prophecy. Like what do you have left of Christianity at that point? Other than it was just this cult that got started in the 3rd century by the Roman Empire. Like when they like just made it mainstream.
so Lathe of Heaven, yeah. She did leave a nightgown of Turin. Yes, she did. They don't call it that, but that's the same thing. It was like this so much radiation that it would have obliterated everything within a 10-mile radius. But it
That's
didn't.
even
That
a
happened.
better point. Like you see all of these like these miracle shenanigans, like the Shroud of Turin, like that is like a 13th century like artwork forgery. And it's claimed they put all this stuff like it's a miracle. Just like when they like try to make like the statue of Mary bleed. Like you know
I
what I'm
saw that from
saying?
the
Like
South Park episode.
yes, I mean there's so many like different things like shenanigans that the church has pulled to try to like fake
Those
miracles
hooligans.
and those hooligans.
Those little whippersnappers. Guys, if you're
Exactly.
enjoying
But there's just
the secular perspective, we do lives every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday evenings, 5 p.m. Central. It's a different couple of hosts every time. We've got 8 or 9 consistent hosts, and we have guests that are going to be coming up. So on the 22nd, we have Justin, the Deconstruction Zone, who's going to be co-hosting with Joyful Apostate. And on the 26th, we'll have Christ Before Jesus, Jared Wingo, the author of the book by the same name. He'll be co-hosting with Trust But Verify, one of our official hosts. So really be on the lookout for that. Also in February, we're going to have Thinker, a born-again atheist, and we're going to have Dalton, the Bible guy, as a co-host as well. I think the only one that has nailed down a date is Dalton. He'll be on Monday the 9th, probably with me. But we have some exciting people coming up here to co-host. Yeah, Duncan, exactly. Yeah, we've got a lot of great things in store. And if you guys want to be a part of what we're trying to build here, make sure you're following the account. Make sure you're doing it on both TikTok and YouTube. And join the Discord. There's a link tree, and you can give requests for if you're in need. We try to do fundraisers and stuff. We just thanks for gifting the host.
love it. Yes, thank you.
We just raised money for a mother to get a bed for her child who's autistic and stuff. And we're very new. So the fact that we have this kind of support is very touching, and it's a good thing. We are trying to build a place where people can have intellectual and honest conversations with other people without necessarily being beat down. That's going to happen sometimes depending on the guests that we get, but we want to have fun and engaging conversations to try to reach people and promote critical thinking. We want to uplift and validate atheists and LGBTQ plus individuals in our community and just in the world, because well, they exist and they are valid, for fuck's sake. Can I get an amen or what? Like, let's see if this guest is here.
Amen.
They've been requesting for a while. Bob, he might have
Okay.
away by now.
I think that we are just, I don't know, like they just, all these Christians and stuff, they got to stop special pleading all this stuff. That's all it is. That's where my mind's at.
I think Bob scrolled away. In the meantime, thank you guys for tapping. We're over 40,000 likes. I think within the next 10-15 minutes, we could easily get another 7,500 to get us to 50. That would be amazing if y'all could do that. Share the live out, see if we can get some conversations in here. And you guys know me, I like my raving snails. I am as the driver's seat tonight. Thank you, Queen, for the snail. I picked this one because it's just consistent to my streams. But I'm not taking any of the gifts from this. I'm donating them to the cause. So when the host is in the front seat here, they can either take the funds or they could donate them, and you don't have to say what you do whenever. If you're a host, like Redhead for example, if we were to swap, and the gifts went to secular perspective, you wouldn't have to disclose where the money goes necessarily. It's not a lot anyway, but when we get, and thank you for the snail. It's not a lot anyway, but we can donate to the Deconstruction Junction or to a specific member of our community who we think needs some help. And I know that there is a particular person that I've told Joyful, I think any gifts that I get should go to this individual because we need to help so and so. And I don't want to put their business out there, but this is something that I think is important. So thank y'all for gifting. Tonight it does at least go to a good cause, I can assure you. When you're on my live, it just goes to my pocket. So just keep that in mind. Raised enough money for the bed? Yes, we did. We got, what was like $800 in a matter of days.
That's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. You guys are amazing. The secular community. If you don't have God, you can't have morals. Blah 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 blah. Really?
Awesome. Thank you for the fireworks.
At least we care about people without having to be told to care about people. One thing that one of my siblings says is, I'm a Christian. I have to love everybody. How? You be obedient to love somebody? How can you just be obedient and love somebody out of obligation? That's not love. You said yourself, if God made us love him, we would be robots and it wouldn't be real love. So what the fuck? How can you say you have to love everybody as a command? You're calling your God contradictory. You're calling him inconsistent. You're calling him illogical without even realizing it. And y'all are popping off.
Thank you for the fireworks.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the gifts.
You guys are doing great.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I like Scooty Scoot's name. I just imagine a dog on a carpet.
Scooty Scoot's name. I'm seeing like all the comments like on YouTube too.
Oh yeah, look at some of the comments. What do we got on YouTube? I can't see it.
I don't know. I think a lot of them are from earlier.
From earlier? We don't usually pop off on YouTube as well as we do on TikTok. We got the cute little corgi with the heart booty. Cute. I love that thing. One. That one's adorable. I like it too. Mm-hmm. Dog scoots. That's where you go. Yes, that is where I go. I hear scoot and I think of. Well, that's a chair, I guess. I guess a dog's ass could make that sound if it's going over like an organ pipe or something. Ignore me about the pipes.
I mean, it's obviously like rubbing it on the screen, so it's like, I don't know, it's like, yeah. I mean, that's the sound that comes up in my head.
If you're a Christian or any other kind of theist, we're comfortable talking to Christians the most because we used to be that, and y'all are everywhere. Y'all are just everywhere, so that's why we say Christians, let's talk. It's easiest. But if you're a believer in any type of God, the guest box is completely wide open. There is nobody requesting right now, so there's no line. If you are interested in discussing really anything under the sun aside from direct politics, request and you'll be the very next guest up. And we would love to hear from you. The last conversation, we had him on for a while. Some of it was rational, some of it was not so rational. But I think he had a good heart. I think he meant well.
I think I need to explain what I said about the dog rubbing itself on the screen, because it's like there's like a glass screen, right? And then you have the dog like rubbing its butt, like the little corgi.
Right, but is that really?
It like shakes its butt like right in your foot.
I think it's more of a.
Yeah, it's like ear. Yeah.
It's not like a.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was doing was a chair's legs on a hardwood floor. That's more of a. Oh, I taught my son squeaky clean.
Exactly.
He
yeah,
his
that's
hands.
hilarious.
Are your hands squeaky clean? And then he does the. And then he gives me a hug after.
That's adorable. Oh my God. I love that.
Yeah, he's so cute. So cute.
Are you excited for your new arrival? Like that's got to be like any day now, yeah?
Yeah. We hope that she'll be in labor and give birth before the 20th. If not, that's the day we're just going to do a C-section if she doesn't.
You know what? Birth. You and Crystal's grandchild could be like. They could be like share the same birthday. Wouldn't that be crazy?
Yeah, it could. You mean my new son?
Yeah,
Yeah. Maybe.
Crystal's daughter is having one.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I want to get a
So
new
like,
captain
and she's
match.
like
So
expecting it like any day right now. So I think that would be fun if like
this
you
is
both had a little new
my son's
arrival.
birthday. My son's birthday in Roman numerals. I'm really excited to get the other one here. I want to put like
Oh,
a black band around both sides of this. So it's not technically done. I want the black bands to go like kind of where my fingers are here. Then the next birthday right here, and then another black band there. So maybe we'll have like a third one too. But
I'd
yeah,
show my
I love this
tattoos,
shit.
but I don't want to get banned again because I would have to show some thigh, and that would be like scandalous.
A little too high on the thigh.
Like it goes like all the way up my back, but yeah, starts on the inner thigh. You can see it on my page if you're interested in my ink.
I do like ink, but yeah, that's really cool. I like what is it? What do you have?
I have flowers,
Yeah, my wife's got tons
beautiful
of flowers.
Yeah, it starts on the inside of my like left thigh and then like wraps around my leg and then goes up my butt and my back.
That's badass. I think I would like a back piece. I just don't know what. I love Roman numerals. I think they're sexy. So like a significant year in Roman numerals going across the back, I think would be cool. Like 2018 is the year I stopped being a Christian. So I was thinking maybe that was a very pivotal moment. But I also don't know. Once you put something back there, you think of a cooler idea. It's like, damn, I wish I didn't have this thing in the way.
I just think flowers will never like go out of style, and I love flowers.
They won't. They're a part of nature.
I didn't want to get like some cartoon character that I'm not gonna like when I'm like 80. Like I'll still like flowers when I'm 80. So my flowers that I
Yeah.
have might look like a little blobby later. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to get them touched up every couple of
Yeah.
decades, I guess.
I guess my cat's coming down his little cat tree to come hang out with us. So you're gonna see him in a second. He's probably gonna jump up on my chair any second now.
Pussycat. On cam. Guys, once again, the guest box is wide open. And you know what? If you guys enjoy our personality and you want to get to know us a little bit, while we're waiting for a theist to come up here, we'll take any Q&A if you guys want to come up here and ask a question, or if you want to make a comment. You can make fun of a previous guest that we had if you want, which whatever. We want to have a community here. Thanks, Devin, Dalton, Duncan, Daniel. Appreciate you, bro.
We're killing it. Dalton says we're killing it. Hello, Dalton. I hope we're killing it. Killing him
I don't
softly.
remember his name. He's just like the Bible guy. He's some guy that's all about the Bible. He's probably a Christian, like that Christ before Jesus Christian guy. He's so
Yeah, he might be a Christian,
people
not Christian.
I did a post about being on TikTok for a year. Thanks for putting up with me for 1 year. Cheers. And then he posts 12 months too long, if you ask me. And then his name is Christ before Jesus, and people, like, not everybody who follows me knows who the fuck he is. So they're like, oh, there's more Christian love for you. There's more fucking, and they didn't get it. And he didn't correct them, but he complained about it in his live to me.
We love Jaren. By the way, we need to we're trying to get some Mario Kart people together for our. I want to play Mario.
That's in my personal Discord, but we can do it a TSP thing too. But I know that we were saying that the game nights in TSP will be members thing. But if y'all like me, I'm Lobes the Absurdist. I don't have a handle you can click on, but if you search Lobes the Absurdist, I'll pop up, and I'm the only Lobes the Absurdist on here. This is my symbol. You'll recognize it. You join my Discord. We're trying to do. Anybody who's in there is technically invited. We play some Mario Kart on the Switch too. World.
Yeah, Mario Kart.
I
think it's Mario Kart World.
World.
Yeah.
I'm down for either one. I actually like 8 more because I think I'm just more used to it. But
World is interesting.
They've been updating it. It's been getting better. I feel like it was missing things. We would do crazy items only. Me and a couple of coworkers. We would do crazy items only. So it's like bullet bills and blue shells and stars and only the crazy shit. So that was really fun. And when we got the new game, it wasn't in there, and we were like, "This game's not fucking finished." Our favorite game was up, but they added it, so they updated it. So we are waiting for anybody who wants to come up here. We are very open and willing to talk to anybody on anything aside from direct politics. Any questions from anyone or any objections from the other side. And I've been seeing a lot of Ashlyn in the chat. Thank you for yapping in the chat, Ashlyn, in a good way.
Okay, somebody has this question. Says, in general, how do you keep calm listening to all those tired lies, talking points, mischaracterizations, and using terminology in a alternative English way? Any strategies to handle fundamental crazies?
Is that directed to me? Is this a YouTube comment?
I think it's just like, yeah, this is a YouTube comment.
So I don't really know how to really give advice as for how to handle putting up with things. I think it's a personality trait that you can try to hone. But I display the fruit of the Spirit because I was a really good Christian. I was super good at being a Christian, which means I was kind of a bigot. But I was a great Christian, and I displayed the fruit of the Spirit. I was like a closeted bigot. I was really nice to people. I was really patient, really kind. I didn't want to raise my voice because what if they're in charge of me? I just have to kind of suck it up and put up with the authority. They're always right if they're the authority. God put them in that position. So I was sort of a little bitch. And I feel like I am still sometimes a little bit of a bitch. I guess you could answer next, Elizabeth, but like, I'm patient. I want to hear people out because I think if you want to change somebody's mind, you have to hear them out completely and really try to understand. Try to first tell them where you agree so they at least give you some credibility in their subconscious that you can track what they're saying and understand, get them to think that they like the way that you think. Then when you finally disagree with them, they aren't so defensive right off the bat. They already have accepted that they think you're a rational person, and they'll take your objection with more seriousness than if you jump and say you disagree for this, that, or the other reason right out the gate. That's when people start getting defensive. And I see Candace just joined. Everybody welcome Candace. She's, I think, a pretty recent apostate.
I think she shows up on Tiny's lives.
Yeah, she's a tiny person. What's up, babes? Candace, we're accepting anybody right now. We haven't had an op come up, so we're taking anybody if you want to join the conversation.
She but don't show your boobs because I've been getting banned from that like all night.
Yeah, don't even show a little bit.
Don't show like cleavage. That's why I got like my hair down in front of my boobs to try to cover them up.
You got some hairy boobs.
Up?
What's up?
Yo.
No, listen, somebody's following me around, and even when I'm fully clothed, I had on a long sleeve shirt the other day, and they reported me for being nude. It's crazy.
What the fuck?
That's so lame.
Well, you're supposed to cover your face. You remember you're.
I think it's people that are exactly. Are we supposed to like wear burqas or what the fuck?
Yeah, boobies are scary. Boobies are very scary. I've had guys coming up stroking it like nonstop on lives, like on video, and they don't even get restricted. But you show a little bit of cleavage, and it's like, oh my god.
Are you shitting me? You had Omegle style shit go on the. I've never seen that.
Twice, and one of them was so small. I was like, seriously, bro. Like, I can understand that's the only looks he gets is when he forces us to see them because it was small. Like, we're talking micro.
Get the tweezers. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Like, he couldn't even. His hand was bigger than it.
Wait, but he would have to.
Sorry.
I
don't like the body shame. I just don't like the body shame in general. So I feel bad for micros.
No, that's what I'm saying. I feel bad, but don't show that stuff around.
That's valid. That's a good point you bring that up, Elizabeth.
Don't show it. Like, keep it to yourself. So what's up, guys? You guys have a large audience tonight. What's been going on?
It's all right.
Yeah, it's been up and down. Strikes and gutters, ups and downs.
We had a period where we were, I think at the height we were somewhere in the 70s. I don't think we ever breached 80 on TikTok. And I can't see the YouTube that we're doing right now either. We're live on 2 channels on YouTube, Deconstruction Junction and our own. So I never saw those numbers, but there was a stint where we were at like low 20s, almost gonna dip into the teens with no guests. And
We
I don't
didn't
know,
get that
it's just
boost
sort of a hit
until
or
like
miss thing.
Trust emptied out.
Yeah,
Nice.
Trust but
Hola,
Verify
gorgeous.
came and raided us. Yeah.
Sweet. Well, I think I already gave you my heart knees. Yeah, I did. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't yet. Holy crap! Let me do that. Oh, P Mars is in the house. We're all going to hell.
P Mars.
Mars.
Yeah.
Did you
P.
pee
Mars.
on Mars?
I did
The
once.
P stands for poop. It's common.
was
Is that where we
misconception.
got the?
Poop
Is that where
Mars.
we got like the water on Mars? Is from him peeing on Mars?
Or did I really? So no, like getting back to it, like you guys, I used to be a hardcore Christian. I was a Jesus freak. And it's all
Same.
because of you lovelies that I have learned the truth and have stopped being such a freak for Jesus. I'm still a freak, but for Jesus now is just not.
There's a little freak in all of us.
Yeah.
So how did that go? Because I know that you were making Christian content before, even on this platform, and I think you still have those videos up, right?
Oh, I have. That's what my whole platform was. I built 12,000 followers off of Christian content.
Was it easy to get those 12,000 followers? There's some Christian creators that I see just skyrocket. In fact, my troll account, I did intentionally bad posts, like they were supposed to be bad and cringy, and all of them got over 1,000 views really fast.
That's funny. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you have to be an idiot to like, you know what I mean?
People to follow you? Yeah. Do stupid stuff. I know some of my most popular videos is either talking about demons or being attacked by my daughter's big XL bully. Like he loves me so much that I had him for like a couple weeks, and every night he'd have to like maul me with kisses. It was hysterical. Hey, Slice, thank you, babe.
I apparently have Jezebel spirit, so I get you.
Yeah.
I have like a bunch of like I have like a Pokemon card like stack of like Jezebels inside me, apparently. And I just
stacking them up.
Don't even
Candace,
get
stacking up.
was
I'm
it
just
like?
stacking up the gel. Yep, I'm just stacking them up.
You just gotta catch them all, as you said, Pokemon cards. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch all the Pokemon Jezebels because they're failing me right now because I haven't been laid in a year.
Jezebel, I choose you.
I went a whole year once and it was not a good time.
Candace, what was it? What was it? Do you think was the catalyst for your deconstruction? Obviously, it would have been a process, but can you give us a brief overview?
Yeah, the Greeks. It was the Greeks. Learning about the Greeks and what they believed in Dionysus was a huge catalyst for me because Dionysus is so similar to Jesus. I was like, wait a
Greek
minute.
squad.
We had these gods before, like there was like, virgin births and, sacrifices for all. Like, I'm like, no, something's not right here. Jesus is just a copycat.
Mm.
So between the, discrepancies in the Bible, the contradictions, then you get the Greeks, and it's just, it was a compilation of a lot of stuff. And I'm like, I can no longer continue to, and I tried to hold on to Jesus for the longest amount of time. I don't know if you guys have all heard of Justin Martyr. I was like, we have time-traveling demons. That is how this has all gone out and played because Jesus is the real deal. So I was still grasping for anything I could possibly hold on to. Your identity is wrapped up in that. I can't lie. Jesus saved my life one night. And that's the truth. Everything that had been done to me in my past and what I had done for my own decisions made me think that I was worthless. And according to the Bible, I was worthless. Like, how was I going to get fixed? But the thought that his blood could wash away everything and make me white as snow gave me hope that I could go on for the next day. And I did. And that's what saved me. So I lived that way. And I was like gung-ho. I was going to see signs, miracles, and wonders are going to follow me wherever I go. And then they weren't. And the more I studied the Bible, the less it made sense. Because I stopped crossing these rainbow bridges that the pastors give you. The echo chamber of his ways are higher than our ways. who are we to understand him? You know what
A lot
I
of
mean?
the
Right.
thought terminating
The thought
cliches
terminating
is what.
cliche.
Yep. Yep.
Jake's. Yeah. You owe me a beer.
I'll take a Tito's and Red Bull. Let's go.
Cheers.
I haven't started.
Everybody,
drink. Are you guys
crack one
drinking?
open.
On.
Should I go like make my my famous like Harry Potter cocktail?
Please.
What
Oh,
tail? Oh my god, you can't say that on
Cocktail.
TikTok.
Tail.
I want a tail.
Tail.
It's just a tail? We're
Just the
censoring
tail.
it.
tail. Just the
Yeah.
tail.
It's dragon tails.
Just the
Just the tip.
No, just the tail.
It's just the tail. Just the tips of the tails.
Queen, we can say we're just fucking around.
I love it.
We can say kyak.
We can say
Thank you guys for the 50,000.
It's a really good.
likes.
It's a really good cocktail
really
though.
great.
It's gonna be an ounce and a half of Makers.
Yeah.
Then you have a half an ounce of Kahlua, and then another half ounce of butterscotch schnapps, and you shake that and then pour it over like a large ice cube, and it's really good.
I never would have thought to mix those drinks together.
Oh, it's so good. It's kind of like a play on like the butter beer that you can find at like Universal
Right.
Studios.
That's what it
Nice.
sounded like, yeah.
It's really
Sounds
good.
really good. Guys, we got about a half an hour left of show. So if there is a Christian or any other type of theist who wants to come up and talk with us, it won't be 301. We'll have Candace drop. If somebody comes up and we can have a conversation about anything aside from direct politics, we've got a good half an hour in us, as I said. And the guest box is completely smashed all the way wide open like the Kool-Aid Man breaking down your wall. So if you request up, you'll be the very next guest up.
I'll drop down. I was just looking for someone to talk to anyways, but it's okay.
But you can
All
stay up here
good?
as long as you have no
Yeah,
guests.
stay as long as you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any guests right now. You're fine.
But no,
I love
here's the
hearing
thing.
your. What?
I'm on a new kick. Like, for the stuff that I experienced spiritually, I still don't have an answer for it. So is there something out there that technically we can't define scientifically or measure scientifically that does exist? Is there a possibility?
That's where like agnosticism comes into play. That's why I'm like an agnostic atheist. I don't believe that there's a God. I don't know that there isn't.
Right.
If my whole thing is if there is a God, then it's kind of like from the Lucy show. It's like you got a lot of explaining to do. That's kind of like my take
Have you
on
guys
it.
ever experienced I literally have had thoughts come into my mind that shouldn't be there. I'll know things about people, or one time I was going to court and literally on the morning of, I'm praying, and I heard clear as day, fire your lawyer. I'm like, come again, God? Fire my lawyer? And if you understood the circumstances, it was crazy. Come to find out, like it's not a long story short, but I mean super long. But I get into court, we walk in, she's explaining to the judge that I'm firing her on our first court date. And all of a sudden this woman walks in and she's the mentor to my lawyer and my son's lawyer that was trying to get me to lose custody of my son. They're best friends. She actually was the maid of honor at the wedding.
Conflict of interest. I would chalk that up. I would chalk that up to just your pattern recognition, like your brain's pattern recognition, and your internal voice telling you that.
Yeah. So it's I don't know, because on Friday, this is Monday, Friday, she literally prayed with me, and it was over the weekend that this person, the other lawyer, had given her all of my son's evidence, which was all doctored. I ended up winning, but even still, it was the craziest thing. Like, I'm telling you, it felt like a voice outside of myself saying to do it, and I was like, okay.
I just think like the brain is a very interesting thing, and you can literally, like, your pattern recognition doesn't necessarily stop with your thoughts. Like sometimes you have subconscious, pattern recognition. It comes from just like an evolutionary trait of just detecting threats.
And I would say that
person was a threat to you. Your pattern recognition picked up on just a myriad of different clues and just subtle nuances that clued those things together.
Yeah, I'm not
because
shooting anything out.
because
The fact
there's
that you
all
had the
the
thought
evidence
that
that it
said
could be
fire your
that.
lawyer, tells me
I
that's like
think
just your brain.
I think that's the most realistic response, probably the most likely thing, and it's possible that it's not that, but if it's something that we don't know about, we can't really say what it is.
Nope.
We would have to remain agnostic. We could say that maybe X did it and be responsible about being as nondescript about X as we can, if we even want to assume that it wasn't a coincidence. If we can't just accept that it was some kind of weird coincidence or feeling that you had, if we can't and we somehow jump to the conclusion, I think it's reasonable to jump to the conclusion that something went down with that.
I don't think the God of the Bible is true just because I can disprove the Bible so easily, but like I still question, is there something more? Like I don't know.
Maybe.
Right? So it's just and I hate that not knowing sometimes. I'm getting used to the phrase, I don't know.
What I think is so interesting, Candace, and you might find this, you're more recently an apostate than I am, but you said you can disprove the Bible so easily. Isn't that insane that like once you don't have the blinders on and the bias to make everything make sense with the square holes or into the circular pegs or whatever, like it's so easy to see the problems with it when you don't have the bias preventing you from seeing it. And it's amazing that you didn't see it sooner. I feel so foolish for believing it for the decades that I believed it.
Yes, I call them rainbow bridges because that's the only way that I could come to realize that I was connecting two things together that didn't make sense. So I'm like, I must be connecting it with a rainbow bridge because there's no way, that this is a prophecy of Jesus. And yet I've been fed, this is a prophecy of Jesus. And I used to think, this just sounds like somebody having a really shitty day. It could be about me, like David and his going on and on and on. And it's about Jesus. And I'm like, where does it say anything about Jesus? This isn't a prophecy of him.
Right.
I think it's just like, how many excuses do you have to make for this book before you just like, maybe I shouldn't believe this anymore, before you have that moment.
Don't you feel bad for those that are so deep in it that it's like their desperation to hold on to it is so obvious, and you're like, honey, it's okay to let it go. It's hard to respect those that can't see the contradictions. Like, this isn't lining up, but you can't even admit that it's not lining up. You think the Bible is infallible.
Yeah, I'm very sympathetic. I do feel bad for them, and I really want to make sure I'm delicate and responsible when I deliver the information to them that I think might make them an apostate at some point. I want to be gentle because it can give you such a crisis. Like you were saying, Candace, your whole identity is wrapped up into it. You have an identity crisis. I had that. I didn't realize it at first. I know I had an existential crisis. I was wondering if I wanted to go on living after that. Yes. You demonize this world, this life. You say this life is but filthy rags. The next one is the only one that matters, and this one is the worst it's going to get. But then you find out that you probably won't actually go to this other place. So now all you have is this life that you've already taken a huge shit on, and you call it worthless. So what's the point of going on living at that point?
Yes, I'm like 45 years old, and I feel like I've wasted so much time. Crazy.
I'm the same. I'm going to be turning 43 this summer.
Oh, you look fabulous, girl.
I just turned 30, so.
Shut up. Happy birthday.
October. It was semi-recent.
October what? My son's October 6th. No, you don't have to dox you on here. Sorry.
17th. My birthday's fine.
Okay.
People know my birthday.
Last name.
Same as Eminem. If you ever forget my birthday, Google Eminem's birthday, and we share a birthday.
I'll remember that now.
Today is Dalton's mom's birthday, so shout out to Dalton's mom making it another trip around the sun. She shares a birthday with Elvis Presley, I found out today.
That's so cool.
So that's fun.
Yeah. I got to get myself a background because I'm hosting with Tiny, so I like literally messaged Joyful to be like, I got to get a background. I like them. What's yours? Let me see yours. I can't. Oh, that's cute.
Hers?
Yeah, hers. I like it.
That one is like a graphic that I kind of created with AI, but and Lobes kind of like made it into the seal that it is now.
Oh,
But for
are you the
me,
one that's making the seals?
he's the one that made my background like that. But I had another image that's a lot more like colored. It's kind of like a bronze image.
It's like it looked golden almost, yeah.
Yeah,
I
like,
love
it's
the
kind of like a
purple.
golden bronze image. But you have like the church is like in the background there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have me just embracing my inevitable demise of death, and just like embracing that fact and not like so worried about like the afterlife anymore.
Yeah.
So it's just me like embracing the reality of naturalist existence.
I gotta say, like, thank you guys for having me up, because I love that I found my people. You know, we're not alone to feel like it's so scary. Like, we're living this world together. And even though it's just here on TikTok, the community that we've got going on here is incredible. And you guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing
You're
this.
very fortunate for finding community as fast as you did too. Like there's a lot of people who go years without, like they're all by themselves. That was me. I went on Discord. Look, I was talking like, oh, I'm so into philosophy. It's because I didn't know who to talk to. I'm not even that into philosophy. I found out I needed a deconstruction community that I didn't know existed.
Yeah,
until
I didn't know they existed
fucking
either.
way later.
No, I truly had in my mind that, you know, atheists were hurt Christians or just didn't experience God before. And then I came across me. And have you ever been on Me's Lives? He like literally went to school to be a pastor, and he really walked with me. That helped. And he kept telling me, stop asking questions. Stop asking these questions. And I was thinking that I was going to convert him to Christianity. And he's like, you're asking all the right questions. Stop it. And sure enough, within months, I was like, well, the Bible's wrong on this and this and this and this. And here I am, like, starting these arguments. And before I knew it, I was literally like arguing against the Bible as a Christian on his lives. And I'm going, that doesn't make any sense.
What's your favorite contradiction in the Bible?
My favorite contradiction, let's see. I think and this I picked up on when I was younger, is Jesus being the descendant for the throne of David. Because he wasn't born of his father. He was born of God. So nowhere in his bloodline does he come from the throne of David.
Not only that, but the lineages are listed more than once, and there's people omitted from some of them.
Yep.
Like the lineages do not match up either.
Yep.
Even if he was the son of Joseph. It's like problems on problems.
Yep.
There's lots of problems, which is kind of goes back to our last guest. Like, dude, like there's just like, how can you just like cherry pick this fact of like crucifixion and resurrection and like just lean heavily on those facts, and then just disregard that all these people that are like claiming these things
are
wrong about so much. Like they're wrong about like that like completely discredits that like anything else they say.
Yep.
Right. And I think that those conversations, even when they're not going to go anywhere ultimately, are still so important, especially on a public platform, for any fence sitters who are watching, anybody who's actually a reasonable, rational person who wants to learn. They're not going to face any judgment for thinking freely in the privacy of their own home while they're watching it on their phone on TikTok and hearing what we say in response to the things that these other people say. We don't have to necessarily reach the person we're talking to in order to make a difference. I try to. I think if you can get them both, then you should make an attempt, especially if you're trying to be an example that a Christian cannot use against you. Atheists are so hateful. Atheists are this. Atheists are that. But when an atheist is patient with you and is compassionate and really cares and is patient and takes your ad homs without dishing them back out because they're more mature than you, that is an example that I think we all ought to set, though I know it's hard and a lot of people can't pull it off in the same way that my glorious self can do.
No, I agree with you 100%. I'm always like in Tiny's and I'm like, okay, guys, you know, let's not attack each other. Let's not attack each other. Right, Tiny? I'm like, no attacking, right? You guys are talking about me. I literally brought him up when he said that. No, there'll be some people going hard in Tiny's lives with us, and I'm just like, okay, chill. We're gonna be kind to one another. There are people watching this, because I want to get the truth awareness out there, simply because some people need faith, and that's okay. I don't want to take someone's faith. Like, if someone had taken Jesus from me in the moment that I needed him, it wouldn't have been good, right? But like, I want to bring truth to those who feel like they're worthless, to make them understand that you're not worthless just because you're not born with sin, because the Bible says that you are. Right, Tiny? What's up?
What?
Love you, man.
To everybody who doesn't know who Tiny Science is, he's one of our co-hosts here at The Secular Perspective. When are you going to host next, Tiny?
I don't mean Tiny.
I think Amelia and I are hosting on the 13th, and then Candace and I are hosting next Thursday.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. I was going to say that you should host one too, Candace, but I'm glad that you're apparently already on the books. I didn't look at the schedule. I just know mine.
Yeah, he put it out there to do it, but I didn't catch the thing to like apply for it or whatever. And then he messaged me again, because I went on with him before and it was the first time, and I kind of like stood back in the shadows because I wasn't sure how forward he wanted me to be with everything.
Well, make sure though. So we just ask our guest host to have a neutral background. It doesn't have to be one of our official ones, but I mean, I make them for people who want to have one to match the theme. So if you have a symbol or some shit that you want,
that's why I said I messaged Joyful for it.
Yeah. You send it to him. He'll send it to me. Whatever it is. I can generate it and make it. I usually I literally just use ChatGPT to make them. So
that's cool.
You can at least look consistent.
Yeah, no, definitely. I wanted to do that, so I'll do that. See,
Yeah,
I have one. I feel out of the loop.
His is so shiny too. Some of them shine brighter than other ones.
Yeah, I gotta do mine.
That's because
oh, hang on. Somebody requesting here. Let me see.
Is that Disciple Zachary? Because I really want Disciple Zachary to come up.
No, it's just fucking Chi-Chi. Now, do we want to talk to Chi-Chi? He's really annoying.
Why not? We get how much time left? I mean, we can drop. I can drop if you want me to.
There's 17 minutes left.
Let's go.
Oh no, Chi-Chi, if you promise not to be annoying like you always are, then we can talk a little bit.
No annoyance allowed, Chi-Chi.
No annoyance. And we also don't have a lot of time either, but hey, Chi-Chi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great.
I'm good, and I thank you. Thank you for being cordial. Thank you. So what have you got?
So I just, what do you guys want to talk about? Do you want to ask me questions as a Christian, or should I ask you questions as an atheist, or how do you want to, I don't mean to interrupt if you guys were already having a conversation,
No, but I would love to
honestly, we only had 4 people up here because we were just waiting for a guest caller. If you'd rather only talk to 2 of us, we can drop the other 2 friendlies down. You can talk to just me and my head at trouble.
No,
and we usually let the theist come in here and steer the ship. We just don't talk about direct politics. Anything else is fair game.
No, yeah, especially with what's going on right now in politics, it's crazy, and I don't know how to feel about any of it, so I don't really like talking about it either. I haven't formulated my opinions on it yet.
Responsible. So do you want us to drop the other 2 down? Because like, there's no offense to them.
Can stay up. I mean, if you guys want to ask me questions, or if you want me to ask you questions.
Are you wait? So you're a Christian, or?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, we can drop the other guys down and do like a little 15-minute sesh.
I don't know why anybody has to leave. I mean, they can stay up here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that works.
Anybody?
We're in the final like 15 minutes, so we can do a little loosey goosey.
We can do like a little like panel and stuff. They can jump in if they want. So what's on your mind?
Jesus.
Jesus. Jesus Christ is on your mind. Lord have mercy.
So
why
I'm
do
a
you think
follower
Jesus
of
killed
Jesus,
people?
But I'm a follower of Jesus, but I'm a Methodist. I'm not a fundamentalist, or I'm a mainliner.
You're a method man? Is that what you are?
Yeah, sure. I'm a method person, okay? We also have method women.
Yeah, but you ever heard of Method Man?
Yes, I grew up on the East Coast.
Okay.
Yeah, of course I do.
I have a question for you. What would be your strongest argument that Jesus is who he says he is?
Well, okay. So it depends on whether you believe in univocality, which I don't. It also depends on which gospel, because each gospel author portrays the character of Jesus a little bit differently. So to get back to whether or not we can even know how Jesus viewed himself is a really complicated issue. But if I were to go with like a traditional Christian viewpoint, where I do believe that Jesus at the very least believed he was divine, I guess my best argument would be that from the historical record, the people closest to him claimed he was divine, and then what we can date back to the historical Jesus, he does on some level claim divinity. Does he claim to be equal with Yahweh or to be the Yahweh of the Old Testament? No, I don't think so. I don't think you can make a really good argument for that. But I think you could make a good argument that he at least viewed himself on some level divine, and that all his closest disciples, people who wrote about him within that first century context, believed he was divine. So that,
Are you a Unitarian?
Are you a preterist?
No.
So I'm wondering what historical documents you're talking about that portray Jesus as divine.
So all four gospels, and then the
So you're
writings
using
of
the
Paul.
Bible to justify the
That's
Bible?
debatable.
Okay. Well, so I'm not using the Bible to justify the Bible. In fact, I reject the idea that it's the Bible. These are separate historical documents that were compiled centuries later, and then were canonized. So they are separate historical documents.
So you would say that the letters, how did we get all the letters that Paul wrote out? How were those collected over thousands of, miles that they were spread apart to the churches?
I mean, it's a testament to the church's record keeping, to be honest with you. And by the way, Paul's epistles are probably our earliest documentations of that at least Jesus Christ existed, and that the early church at least believed he was divine on some level. And then after that, you have the 4 canonical gospels. And then even after that, you can go into like the Gnostic texts, which are 2nd century plus, which also agree that Jesus was at least on some level divine. And then you have like the pseudepigraphical texts and epistles that all pretty much define Jesus as being on some level divine. So that's what I would base that argument off of.
I see.
As far as I know, I think that as far as Paul's letters are concerned, I've only ever heard of them being as a part of a collection. Like, no one, as far as I know, has ever claimed to have just one, or have a response back to one of the letters. It almost seems like they were compiled as a collection.
I mean, gosh, going into a source criticism is such... So, like, there really isn't a consensus view when it comes to, like, source criticism, which is why it's sort of kind of been abandoned in the last, like, 50 or 60 years or so. Yeah, there are people getting PhDs that are working on it, but it's not really something that people focus on anymore because it's kind of like a lost art. It's kind of something that people have just decided, hey, we don't know and we have no idea. Let's do our best. So source criticism has kind of taken a back seat. Yeah.
Saying that you don't know
like,
is sort of like where I fall into.
So we don't know like how it was compiled. What we know is that we do have these texts. We do have these epistles. They do
right, but they date them. Yeah, but those dating methods are a little like kind of crazy. Like it comes from like internal like source. Well, they use
Well,
like certain things that the author says within the writings to date the text.
it's also handwriting, because handwriting changes. I mean, you can go into like
Sure, I mean there's other
so, like,
methods too, like
textual.
the
It's called
Greek, like for
called
example, like
called
Titus
textual
and
criticism.
yeah, I'm aware. Um,
Okay.
yeah, like Titus and First and Second Timothy, like they're
So
like
the
a Greek.
pastorals, yeah.
Yeah, the pastorals. I mean that Greek used there is just it's second century Greek. Like when you get down into
A lot of scholars, and I think that's kind of gaining steam right now.
Yeah,
a lot of
'cause it's just-
scholars do believe, and by the way, they're pseudepigraphical.
Thank you, Granazana.
For sure, they're pseudepigraphical.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we don't know who wrote those.
But and by the way,
really only
yeah,
seven,
like,
only 7 of Paul's epistles are even like under like the
the
like conservative, the conservative scholarship. Ooh,
No, not even conservative.
Jaren's here.
Have you ever talked to Jaren about this?
Jeranism?
Have you ever?
He's right next to you.
Our guest Jaren here, Christ before Jesus. Have you ever talked to him before about this?
No, I don't think I'm familiar with him. Maybe we've crossed.
Jaren's kind of like the goat of stylometry and this subject.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not arguing that the pastorals are not second century. I would never argue that. We just don't.
Yeah,
know.
they are.
So,
I mean, just all of the writings are just like dated in between like 144 as far as like having
the
them.
Pastorals?
Like the whole 27 books. Like it's like 144 and later.
Wait, for the pastorals, correct?
For everything.
No,
like we don't. The earliest things. Yeah, well, I mean, I know that like P52 is generally
no one dates Galatians in the second century.
Well, I know, but that's because they use like an internal.
No, that's because that's the scholarly consensus. Like
I know that's the scholarly consensus, but there's a lot of other reasons. Like Jaren can explain it to you better than I can.
Oh, and that's probably a fringe position. I mean, even somebody like Bart Ehrman, who I respect as a scholar, even though he's an atheist, he would absolutely claim that the majority of the New Testament was written in the first century.
Right.
And
to be clear, like I'm like a borderline mythicist.
That would be a lie.
Okay. That's not a lie.
Like barely any of it was written in the first century.
Wait. No. What I said was Bart Ehrman claims.
I know Bart
that
Ehrman's take on it. Yeah, he holds many of the same like datings.
Are you saying that was a lie? That I lied?
Saying
no.
Most of it was written in the first century is a lie.
No. That Bart Ehrman, the biblical critical scholar, the textual critic, I claimed that he claims that the majority of the New Testament was written in the first century, and then you said that was a lie. Is that what you're referring
Have you read any of like Dan McClellan's stuff too, or
yeah,
no?
Dan McClellan would also agree with me here.
Yeah.
Anyways, Tiny, can you respond to what I said?
Was written. A minority of it was written in the first century.
Wait, no.
Second century,
what I
third,
said, sir.
not fourth century.
No, what does Bart Ehrman say?
Well, that's the thing. Is like, well, we're talking about like the actual manuscripts, though.
Well, he's claiming that I lied. I just want to get that out of the way.
No, I think he was saying that it was a lie. That not necessarily that you lied, but that the claim is just untrue.
Okay, yeah. The majority of critical scholarship would claim that the majority of the New Testament was written in the first century. That's a fact.
A lie.
Jaren,
so you're saying I'm lying?
Jaren, could you clear this up for us? Do you have anything to weigh in? I only invited you because this topic specifically just came up.
The general consensus is that Mark was written somewhere in like post 80, right? And then you have Matthew, Luke written in the 80s, and you have John written in the 90s and possibly into the second century. You have the Pastorals written in the second century. You have Paul's epistles definitely written in the 50s and 60s in the first century.
Not definitely. Not definitely.
What's the direct?
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying this is the scholarly consensus.
What's the
direct?
An appeal to authority.
Well, I mean, do you know more than they do? Do you know more about? Do you read?
Do you know
the original?
What they
like, can you wait? When you have P52,
let's go book.
P52 is late second century, probably.
Yeah, like 150, right? Which means it would have already been copied, and circulated. And that's the latest gospel. That's off of John, right?
There
So
could
that's the
only be
latest
one
gospel written, which
copy.
means everything else you got to push back.
That could be the original, though. P52
I mean,
could be the
guys,
original.
if you're going to deny like the majority of scholarship, then I guess I should just bounce. Okay.
Well,
That's
I want
good.
Jaren to weigh
You're
in.
talking fringe. You're talking
Well,
fringe theories. Here.
like let Jaren talk, I guess. Like that's what Lobes is wanting. Jaren, go off mute.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Jaren's just scared.
Yeah, that's yeah, I'm
Are
terrified.
you just blinded by my red hair and my troubledness?
That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm like, oh my god, is that a fire? I'm like, oh no, it's not.
Somebody's gonna flag her for cleavage. Oh my god! Like they already did twice.
That happened to me, like, yeah, a couple times.
Hate it when that happens. So
It's me all the time.
So really quick, is it pronounced Chi-Chi? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah.
Okay. So Chi-Chi, I understand I mean, I don't want to speak for the entire panel, but I would assume that we all understand that the current consensus among scholars of religion right now, or scholars of the New Testament, is that the majority of it, the vast majority of it, is written in the first century. I get that.
Critical scholarship.
Sure. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it was. It's the evidence that we need to take a look at.
Right. And
Why would we care about someone's opinion? What is the evidence they point to?
Because unless you know more than them, or know more than the majority, like
more than the majority, or just know something that
you're
they
going to
don't?
give right now is something that they're familiar with and they have decided is invalid, right? So that's why you have this vast majority of professorship and people who spend their entire lives getting PhDs in this, who absolutely, unquestionably date the majority of the New Testament into the first century. And it would take a huge paradigm shift for you to say
really
otherwise.
quick. So again, you use the phrase, that's why. You didn't give any evidence as to why. Why? What do they point to that shows that it's in the first century?
I mean, there's entire books about. Well, so I started from P52, right? So I can just give you. Well, so I said that I started with P52, right? That's what I started.
You started with P52. Okay.
Precisely.
Okay.
And by the way, there are entire books written about this. It's impossible to give out an entire dissertation in a TikTok live. But I want to give you one argument real quick. When P52 is roughly dated into the second century.
Roughly dated into the
I've
second
seen
century?
it in person.
Yep. Anyways.
So what do you mean roughly? What do you mean roughly? Because I mean, I would agree,
exact.
but not in the way that.
What do you think roughly means? It means it's not exact.
Okay, correct.
So anyway,
yes.
so can I finish?
Well, no, because I've listened to you prattle on and just not give any evidence or anything like that. Because P52 has nothing to do with how we.
I'm doing historical evidence right now.
Chi-Chi, listen. P52 has nothing to do with how any scholars, critical or personally religious, would date it to the first century.
Well, that's
P52.
Just wrong. I can
no, it's not. P52 is a copy. Okay, please listen.
P52 is a tiny fragment of like a corner of John 18.
Precisely my point.
Yes.
Which means
and
it must
do you know
have been
when
in
P52 dates
previously,
to? Do you know when P52 dates to?
Like, it's not even enough to wipe my ass with.
Yeah. Do you know when P52 dates to, Chi-Chi?
That means it was already passed around.
Cool.
And circulated enough to be copied, and then kind of destroyed. And John, being the latest gospel we believe we have, that would push back at least 20 years, and then push back Luke and Matthew 20 years, and then push back Mark at least 5 or 10 years. And that would push back all of the epistles that we know for a fact are written by Paul. At least we're in the first century, sir.
Yeah, so you just randomly pulled those numbers out of your ass. That's not at all what any scholars say.
Pull up a source that says you're wrong?
Sure, go ahead. Go ahead and pull up a source that says that the Gospel of John has to be 20 years before P52. I want to see that. I want to hear exactly where you're getting
so much ass.
No one is ever going to give exact dates.
Okay, well, you pulled those numbers out of your ass. Thank you.
No,
I wouldn't date P52 later than 144.
Yeah,
Because
also,
you are a
do you know
textual
when,
critic and you
do
know
you
anything
know when
about this?
P52 is dated to?
Yeah, around 150.
Okay. And what is the source for that? Is that the John Rylands Research Institute and Library, wherever it's housed?
I will tell you right
Before
now.
they dated it like 90, like back like
And,
maybe like 15 years ago. Yeah, it was like
initially
90.
it was
They
100
tried
to
to say
150
90.
or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. For P52, like the manuscript was, or the fragment was initially dated between 100 to 150. Recent research now puts it at about 200. That is from the John Rylands Library and Research Institute at the University of Manchester, where it is housed.
And I've seen it in person. It's not that impressive.
Obviously, dating is going to adjust and change as it always does. What
Based
evidence
off of
do you
what?
have that Galatians was written in the 2nd century?
Oh, whoa, slow down. Nice little pivot there. So P52 is now dated by the John Rylands Library and Research. Hold up, please.
I would argue
please.
it's 150. Yeah.
Okay. You can argue all you want. That's just wrong.
You can
the
too.
John Rylands Library and Research Institute,
for a
where it is
fact-
housed at the University of Manchester, dates it to 200. It is because of paleography. Do you understand what paleography
there's also
is?
paleography that dates it to 150.
It is not. So do you understand what paleography is?
Yeah, handwriting.
Okay, it's the study of handwriting.
So yeah, that's
and
what
what
I'm
does
saying.
it
So
require
there's
for dating?
dating for 150 as well.
What does it require for dating?
I'm not sure what that question means, but you can school me if you want.
So the fact that you don't know what it means that you need to be quiet and let someone who does know what it means explain it to you.
But you're
Paleography is the study of handwriting in order to try to date
okay.
something. Okay. Anyways, so paleography is the study of handwriting in order to date something.
Which I said.
It requires that text come in that have dates on these texts in order for us to try to figure it out, in order to cross-reference. These are usually administrative documents, which we don't have a ton of. We have to wait until they roll in. And unfortunately, while the first editor, this is actually explained at the University of Manchester's website, unfortunately, while the first editor who published a piece on P52 dated it to 100 to 150, recent research that comes in from administrative documents that have dates on them shows that this handwriting lines up with 200, not 150. This is not a date that is used anymore by the people who are actually working on the fragment to this day. Recent research shows 200, not 150 anymore.
So we're
That's
off
an
by
old
50
tape.
years. Cool. Continue.
Cool. So,
That's kind of a
as
big deal, though. Like, especially
no,
historically,
it's
like
not
what's
really,
going on
because,
back
like,
then. No,
So
it
what
is
we
a big
can
deal.
do is we can push back.
Because then you're starting to get
Paul's
into
writings
Marcion
the first
stuff.
Century, easy.
Well, again,
You're starting to get into Marcion and then like Irenaeus.
What makes you believe, like for a second, that Paul's writings were
by
in the
Marcion?
2nd century?
Because Marcion was the first one to publish Evangeline.
No, I'd be really curious to hear what your argument is for Paul's writings, like let's say Galatians, for instance,
right
into the 2nd century.
Unless the hosts are wanting to do this, I'm not necessarily willing to pivot with this guy. So he said that P52 needs to be 20 years after John.
Wait,
so that would place John about 180. I'm even willing to say 160 if that's okay with you, but 180. And then another 20 years for Matthew and Luke, that would be 160. Then another 5 to 10 for Mark. So yeah, that would line up with what Redhead had been saying this entire time.
Okay.
Plus, there was the Barkova
revolt.
revolt. Like there's all kinds of tons of history.
Actual real scholarship. Okay, Christ before Jesus.
Cool. I literally gave you an actual
He
website
goes
to go
on
to.
lives every single day. So why don't you follow him and come go debate?
Yeah, no.
him.
When he wants to publish a paper that undermines the entire academic community,
it's ruffling from some feathers, to be sure.
And it's and you convince a professorship across the globe, then I am here for you, brother.
What about Robert M. Price? Do you think he's like full of shit too, or what?
Yeah, another fringe scholar. Yeah. Okay, I see where we're at. Christ before Jesus. When you publish your paper that undermines
He already has.
the
He has a
entire
book.
academic community,
That is his book. That is his book.
Chi-Chi,
Christ.
if you'd like to look
You
up a
already
scholar
published it.
if you'd like to look up a scholar that has quoted us multiple times,
Christ
me and my
before
co-author, that's
Jesus.
perfectly fine.
When you convince the majority of critical biblical scholars,
Oh, the
who let
majority.
you know about
Oh,
it.
now
Yes.
it's not a peer-reviewed paper; it's the majority of everybody.
Okay. I cannot wait for a bunch of PhDs
This
who
is
agree
called
with you
moving
and
the
don't agree with
goalpost.
me.
Actively
As soon as
moving
a
the
bunch of
goalpost.
PhDs disagree with me, I'm willing to listen to you. Until then,
Okay,
you're just
Thomas
a
L.
fringe
Brody,
theorist, brother.
Thomas L. Brody, Nina
All right.
Livesey, Jason Badoon,
You
Robert
are-
Price, Richard Carrier.
Okay.
How many would you want?
I also think the world is flat. Like, great. Like,
Awesome.
Do you
So
really?
you asked for multiple people, and I gave
Chi-Chi,
you
are
multiple.
you serious? You think the world is flat?
when you flip the paradigm over,
Are you serious?
to
Wait,
the
go back to that. You
majorities
said
in
that the
New
world is flat.
Testament
I'm interested in
being
the world's
written
flat
in the
thing too. Do you
second
believe the
century.
world's flat?
Are you saying the world is flat? Really?
You big old weirdo.
God,
All right,
Are
guys
you
let me
saying
know.
that the world
Let me
is
know.
flat?
DM me, all right? Have a great night.
He just said the world was flat.
I was going to drop him after that. I just wanted to get him to confirm because I mean, you know how many PhDs say the world is not flat?
I don't.
I mean, if it's just about the PhDs, give me a fucking break, man. How can you
I mean,
say?
the
How can you
consensus-
say? I appeal to authority in PhDs, but then say the world's also flat. How
Well,
can you
I think that's
possibly do
because he believes the Earth is a PhD. That's a pretty huge disc.
Is that his claim?
That was a pretty hard deal.
Are you? Is it, like? Have you guys talked to him before? Is that his claim? Is he like a flat earther?
I've talked to him before, but I didn't
He's
know
still a
that
flat
because all
earther.
he ever does is criticize prompts. The only reason he didn't do that is because all it says is Christians, let's talk. But I remember I had two prompts up one time. The first time I met him, it said the Christian God is not real, the Christian God is evil. I had those two prompts. And he said, I have a problem with your prompt. It says and he said it like that, where he changes pitch like an annoying amount of times. Christian God is not real. I wouldn't say that there is the Christian God because there's so many interpretations of the Christian God. I'm like, I mean, what do you think I should say? Every version of the Christian God is evil, or every version I've heard about the Christian God is evil. It's like, yeah, that'd be more accurate. I'm like, that is ridiculous and annoyingly long. Like, everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what the fuck I mean when I say this. You're being so fucking nitpicky about this, and you're not engaging with the substance on purpose. And he did that on Mezzo too. Mezzo actually blocked him for that. He literally blocked him because he was just nitpicking the prompt the whole time.
He does that on my live constantly.
Oh, ask me anything, atheist. So what? Well, what was the problem when I asked you, why did you stop beating your wife? Why yeah, like some bullshit like that, probably, right?
Kind of. I mean, it's not that bad, but yeah, he usually just asks leading questions, and then he doesn't answer questions, then gets mad when you don't answer his questions. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know many of his positions because I never get past the
he's a
nitpicking and
valid
criticizing of prompts.
I think it's funny when they start to be really selective with like their critical thinking. Like they want to be hypercritical of like our arguments, but at the same time they can't apply the same type of like hyper cynicism to their own like position or their book. Like as
Guys,
you know,
I do want to thank everybody for tuning in here, all 66 on TikTok, and I don't know how many on YouTube. I'm sorry I can't see the chat, but we had a really great night tonight. Thank you for Candace, Tiny Science, and a special thanks to Christ Before Jesus for coming up here and giving us your thoughts and your words and stuff here at the end. This was a pretty good live. It has its slow moments. It has its exciting moments. I think it was a really fun, successful one. We had a great time. The secular perspective is just our movement here. We're trying to get a community going. We have a Discord server in the link tree. And if you
we're
like
gonna have
Christ
like a
Before
little
Jesus
party
points,
like afterwards, right? Are we
yeah,
doing
we'll
the,
do it.
the
Yeah, we'll do it. Yeah,
a little
yeah,
20
we'll do
minute
that live
like
party.
like a little 20-minute party like at the end?
Yeah, we'll do. We've always done a live party in the Discord after the live. So if you're an atheist or if you're at least non-combative, you can come in and you can hang out with us during the Discord live party. If you like Christ Before Jesus, Jaron, what he had to say tonight, that's a little teaser. He'll be co-hosting this very show on the 26th, right, Jaron? With Trust But Verify, I think is what it is.
Yeah, me and Trust are going live on Monday, January 26th.
Yep, 26. So if you guys like him, if you're already a fan of him, he'll be co-hosting this show on January 26th with Trust But Verify. Another big name we have a little bit sooner in this month is just in the Deconstruction Zone on the 22nd. That'll be with Joyful Apostate, one of our admins too, the founder of this. So, but thank you guys for tuning in. This was great. We got, I think we got most of our gift goal. So that was really good. Thank you guys for everybody who contributed to the gift goal. Thank you for everybody who tapped the screen and shared the live and participated in the chat. With that, we're going to head on over to Discord and party. See you guys later.